A very good morning to all the speakers who are present here on the dais, and also Dr. Shipra Datta, who is from Elsevier, all the esteemed Vice Chancellors who are present here from different parts of the country. It's a pleasure for me to chair this first session of the second day of this 98th National Conference of Vice Chancellors. The session today, which we are going to address, is Nurturing Research and Innovation Ecosystem. I think when we talk either of NEP 2020, or we talk about Viksit Bharat, or we talk about the theme of this very conference, that is higher education at the rate of 2047, I feel that a research and innovation ecosystem and how it should be nurtured, it occupies a very important place in the scenario. So we have a number of good speakers who will be speaking on this very topic. And if we look into some of the statistics which have been going on in the past, I feel happy that this year's QS rankings, they have placed up on a higher step. Whereas in 2023, IIT Bombay was at a QS rank of 116. It has climbed up to the rank of 95. IIT Delhi, who was at 67, is now at 63. And IIM Ahmedabad, who was at 53, has made a steady rise to the rank of 22. I think that all this has been possible only because of the research outputs of these institutions, which have played a very important role in their development. There has been a 20% improvement in research citations per paper indicator if we look back into the previous statistics, and a 16% growth in international research network, which measures volume and diversity of research partnership. So I think we are at a very good front, but we still have a lot to do. And how we can become the forerunners, how we can reach at the top of the world with our research and innovation activities. I think the contributions of our speakers who are present here, Professor B.J. Rao, who will be joining us in a short while, Professor Raj Singh, who is the Vice Chancellor of Jain University, Mr. Rahul Gulshresht, who is from the Office of the Principal Scientific Advisor, PSA to the Government of India. So people of such caliber are present here to address you. I will request the speakers to kindly restrict your talk to 10 minutes each. And after that, we will have an open discussion with all of you, because I feel that your contributions, your suggestions will go a long way in assisting AIU, for which purpose this very conference has been organized. It is being held at an all-India level. I hope and look forward to your active cooperation. With this, I would like to invite Professor Raj Singh, who is the Vice Chancellor of Jain University, for his contributions. Dr. Raj Singh, please.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Good morning to everyone. Shobha ma'am, who is present this morning, Dr. Ganesh, the Vice Chancellor, Dr. G.D. Sharma, President AIU, Dr. Vinay Pathak, Vice President, Dr. Pankaj Mittal, my fellow Vice Chancellors from different universities across the countries, guests, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, and of course the faculty and students and scholars of ICFAI Foundation for Higher Education. At the outset, I thank the organizers for having me here this morning for this amazing conference of AIU 98th sequence. I'm also thankful for triggering the nostalgia in me coming to my alma mater and the first organization I started my academic career in 1994. I'm extremely delighted. I had the fortune of being trained and mentored by the founders of this great organization, Dr. ABC Raj, Dr. Prashant Chandra sir, and of course, NJY sir. Whenever I think of ICFAI, this nostalgia, of course, is natural to develop. Friends, as the chairperson, Madam, mentioned, and of course, many of the co-panelists, distinguished panelists there, they'll be contributing to the topic of today's panel discussion. We have been showing a tremendous improvement on almost all parameters as far as the research and innovation in the country is concerned. We have moved from rank 81 to, I think, 40 in the Global Innovation Index, which is quite a significant jump in last 6 or 7 years. We're number 3 in scientific publications, even though the quality can be questioned. We are 7th or 8th. In terms of number of researchers, we made some headway. Number of PhDs, we made some headway. But I believe, considering the size of the country, we are way behind where we should be. The announcement of National Education Policy in July 2020 both exposed the status of research and also expedited, intensified, and tried to create a facilitating environment as far as the research and innovation ecosystem is concerned. In the 10 minutes assigned to me, I propose to give you my understanding of what research innovation means to me and how we have developed a model at Jain DMTB University, and then what kind of challenges and pain points I faced. I'm sure you will be able to echo it, you will be able to resonate with this, because each one of you must be facing this day in, day out. And more so in academia, when you want to bring some change, what kind of difficulties we face, I don't have to overemphasize. I made some PowerPoint. Let me take you through this in case it doesn't come. If you look at my first message, it says that if you put fences around people, you get sheeps. And if you give an open environment they need, they will blossom. I think the first message is that we often in academia operate in a very prescriptive manner, which suffocates, which blocks innovation. The agenda I have kept for today's presentation, as I said, I'll give you my brief understanding of it. Understanding the capabilities of people, not only in universities, but around us, including the students, researchers, scholars. I'll talk about a couple of loops which are prevalent in academics and how it necessitates the ecosystem for research and innovation. The integrative model, which I did mention at Jain, we have implemented, and the outcomes till now, we've been doing for last 2.5 years now. And then training and overcoming the limitations after talking a bit about how to create right kind of conditions. As per the Webster dictionary, it refers to as something new being introduced. Very simple definition. It's too simplistic, I know, in the context of universities, but let me move further. Large and diverse groups of people are smarter than an elite few. We often give the responsibility to someone whom we think is elitist, who comes from a background, and they'll drive the research. I'm afraid this is largely failed in the university system, but wherever we have made diverse groups, we have seen some kind of progress. They're also better at solving problems, fostering innovation, coming to wise decisions, and even predicting the future. This is what Cisco said in 2010. And the empirical evidence in this company said that innovative companies grow faster and more profitably than the rest. 11% surplus revenue and 22% EBITDA was shown. Going further, it also talks about open collaboration to be more conducive for research and innovation than strictly defined kind of domains, defined kind of groups, defined kind of loops, which researchers do not seem to appreciate. And therefore, the consensus is that we need to create open collaborations, not strictly defined, not formal. Sometimes informal collaborations do much better. In a typical organization or any university, the innovation approach could be revolving around these 4 or 5 major factors. First of them is the strategy. We need to decide and plan the broad goals to be achieved for the university. I've seen that unless we set goals, we cannot know whether we have reached there or not. More formal planning has helped us. I'll be sharing my experiences with you. The culture in the organization, and that basically comes from how people do the things, what are the value system, and of course, what are the ways of working. And you'll be knowing that it becomes more difficult because culture is partly unconscious, unsaid, and silent. You don't even come to know about it. You need to feel it, and that makes it all the more difficult. Capabilities of the people. Skills are often confused with capabilities because you'll find a person, I'm very good at research, but how much you have contributed in terms of significant research? Well, it's not much. So they confuse between skills and competencies, so to say. We need to be very clear about it, and competency mapping has to be done. And finally, of course, very important is structures. You'll agree with me, in last 4 years since NEP was announced, I must have attended 50 conferences. All of you must have attended dozens and maybe more than mine. We all know by now what has to be done. I think today the time has come where we need to sit down and discuss how to do it and what to do it. What to do is largely known, but how to do is more important. And unless we institutionalize the structures and systems, the results are difficult to come by. I laid hands early enough, maybe 2020 end, when I moved to this university, and the discussions were on, the campuses were off, online classes were going on. We sat down to make use of the time to think and reflect how we can work on certain parameters which have been struggling. And I could find this case study done by Harvard Business School, which talked about the Deshpande Foundation, which is largely operating out of Hubli in Karnataka. They've created something called Hubli Sandbox. In Kakatia, they have created Kakatia Sandbox. I think it's in Telangana. And they've created such sandboxes in 4 universities at that time in US, and now the number has gone up. It's a very, very interesting read for me. And the message it said, Deshpande, the founder of this, I quote from the case, they said, we never know what kind of idea will work and what will not. Ideas that seem great fail, and ideas that seem bad succeed. But we can predict with some certainty what sort of people will succeed, even if it takes them several efforts. I think the focus is on the people and not so much on ideas. Sometimes if a right kind of people, they may make even seemingly bad idea to succeed and succeed significantly. People at the bottom of pyramid have entrepreneurial spirit, and that's what they've proven through the Hubli Sandbox, where they've helped thousands and thousands of youngsters from rural areas to turn small entrepreneurs and earn livelihood and generate jobs for others. A very, very successful model. Of course, they had their own share of difficulties to begin with. This case study highlights them very well. Friends, there are 2 types of loops we talk about in academics. One is academic loop, and the second one is innovation loop. Academic loop, of course, we've been talking about, we learned as students. The innovation loop I developed after listening to Dr. R.A. Mashelkar, one of the greatest scientists we have had. The academic loop says that whatever research we undertake in academic institution, we go and test it in the companies and the industry or the client organizations through consultancy, which leads to training, sometimes start with training and leads to consultancy. And the enrichment we get, the testing of a research idea which happens there is brought back to the classroom, and quality of teaching in general goes up. That's the importance of research, training, consulting in quality institutions as far as teaching is concerned. The innovation loop, Dr. Mashelkar says that research is what converts data and information into knowledge and consumes money and keeps on consuming money. Whatever research you do, keep on consuming. There's no end to it. And we always keep crying foul that there's no money available, there's no source available there. He says you keep on doing it for next 50 years, you'll keep on consuming and funds will never be sufficient. And he says, if you can have a way of converting this knowledge back into money, this loop has to be completed and you will never be short of funds as a country, as a nation. And this conversion of knowledge back into money takes to innovation. When we start using research to find problems to real-life solutions of industry, community, and the society, and generate money, look at the commercial value, which we as teachers often shy away from accepting. Money is not a hated word. Once we need resources, we should develop a system of internally generating those funds. And he says if you can complete this loop, it will keep on churning out more and more research and contributing to the society, industry, and the community. And the very purpose of us being here as researchers will be better served. Coming to the Jain model, I take a couple of minutes on explaining this. We were struggling also to find out the method of implementing national education policy. We are fortunate to be located in the city of Bangalore, where Dr. Kasturi Rangan comes from. We have gotten words of praise from him for this model because he says that so many recommendations of NEP could be implemented through one model is amazing. He had a lot of appreciation for this. Even though we took almost 1 year in developing this, then we got it copyrighted to test its novelty. And then, of course, extensive training of faculty members started. Documentation started, concept notes were prepared. And we have done alpha and beta testing already, and both have been hugely successful. From 1st July this year, we're implementing on full scale for all the students. I'll share with you some of the results of alpha and beta testing. So what we did, we created this transdisciplinary project-centric learning. Friends, project-centric learning is a little different from project-based learning. We often confuse with this, even NEP talks about it. In project-based learning, we are restricted to the subject or the course. The project relates to, let's say, marketing management or physics or chemistry. In case of project-centric learning, the topic of project becomes central to all the courses being taught. So there's about 7 to 8 courses. They all will support the project idea. And therefore, by definition, the topics have to be transdisciplinary. Topics have to be very close to real life. Today in our university, 4,600 groups of 5 students each, mixing students from different domains, are working on as many number of ideas. And these projects could continue from one semester to almost end of 4th year, depending on the length of the program. Some do drop it in between, because sometimes they find the idea is not feasible. Mandate is very, very clear. At the end of the semester or the year, students have come out with one of the 4 outcomes. One, either a working model or a patentable idea, a startup if possible, is so soon, but many come for the startup ideas at least a couple of years later. And the minimum expectation is a good quality publication. And the publication, the first semester starts from writing a blog, writing a LinkedIn post, writing on the wall magazine, anything which makes them initiated into research. And we find that gradually they start writing articles and also quality papers. Initiating students into research has been one of the main objectives of this. To share with you some of the outcomes of 2022-23.
Your time
is
over,
that
please.
524 papers, publications, copyrights, and trademarks have been published only by the students, thanks to the work going on this. Beta testing, 100 students have earned 22.93 lakhs, anywhere between 17,000 to 37,000. It's also aimed at earning by all the students while they learn. We believe that students can earn their fees. Ma'am, I'll take 2 minutes and wind up. It's been a very successful model for us. Apart from the fact that it's higher order learning outcome, it helps us achieve, it makes local appeal, it helps us achieve higher order learning outcomes, and the output of the university increases, largely contributed by the students and the faculty members together. My appeal to, in terms of enabling environment, that sometimes if you do not have these creative collisions, you need to create it. And then once the collision takes place, there are some threads, you can hear it. Idea is to take feedback from everyone and work upon it. Take 1 step back, 2 steps forward, 1 step back, 2 steps forward. You can imagine how difficult it must have been for me. People even said, even though it was copyrighted in 2021, they said this model is very old, 1963. You know why they said 1963? Because I was born in 1964, so they said before you were born. Now, there's no point in criticizing this. Idea is to push, idea is to train, and then see that it sees the light of the day. I think file got. I'll end with, in terms of creating environment, this famous quote from the famous ancient saint from South India, Patanjali. And he says, if you can create this vision in the minds of the colleagues and the people who you work with, when you're inspired by some great purpose, some extraordinary project, all your thoughts break in bounds, your mind transcends limitations, your consciousness expands in every direction, and you find yourself in a new, great, and wonderful world. Dominant forces, faculties, and talents come alive, and you discover yourself to be a greater person than what you ever dreamt of being. Now, beautiful quote. We need to respect the past, but don't revere it. Don't stick to this. Sometimes you have to trash the past, even though great it must have been in those times. We have to look forward. We have to see that where we are going, and the only and only mantra is training, training, and training. I got this beautiful quote from the Navy SEALs, very, very old quote, 1940s, almost Second World War. They said, when the time comes, you don't rise to the occasion. You fall to the level of your training. That's the importance of training we need to understand. You'll agree with me, friends, that after the NEP, everybody is equal. Old education system is completely over. If we stick to that, we will not be able to move forward. And therefore, think of starting afresh. It's not a choice of whether to implement NEP or not, to bring research innovation or not. It's a question of when and how fast we do it. I'll take any questions are there as the discussion goes on. Thank you so much, ma'am.
For your very illustrious talk on innovation, especially how to understand it and how we can go ahead to promote innovation in the country. I think we can have the questions later on in the end. Maybe I can request Mr. Rahul Kulshrestha, who is from the Office of the Principal Scientific Advisor to the Government of India. Mr. Kulshrestha, please.
Can I have the screen? Hi, good morning. It was a great presentation, Dr. Singh, and where he was speaking about the loop between the academic and how we can convert into an innovative loop. And I feel when we are focusing on translation from lab to market, the role of industry collaboration is very important. And I'm going to present a platform which will be talking about how researchers and the innovators in the country basically work with industries, foundations, philanthropists, central and the state government. So I'm representing Principal Scientific Advisor to the Government of India, which basically the role of this office is to provide pragmatic advice for science and technology and innovation for the country to Prime Minister and the Cabinet. It comes under the Cabinet Secretariat and the Prime Minister Office. And we have three divisions here. Majorly, one is PM STIAC, which is Prime Minister Science and Technology Innovation Advisory Council, which work on national missions. And you keep on hearing multiple missions like green hydrogen, semiconductor, quantum mission. And recently, National Research Foundation has been announced in the Parliament. It has been approved in the Parliament also, and where the Prime Minister himself is the President, and the Chairman of the Executive Council is the Principal Scientific Advisor, Professor Ajay Sood. This office, just to make you aware, Dr. Abdul Kalam was the first Principal Scientific Advisor, and right now we have fourth PSA, which is Professor Ajay, who is Professor Ajay Sood. The second division which I was talking about is the Empowered Technology Group, which work with all line ministries as advisory and on the futuristic technology. And the third division which I represent here is the Strategic Alliance Division. And as the name suggests, our role is to make alliances, to facilitate collaborations between two sides. One is the demand side, the people who can provide opportunities, who can provide problem statements, who can provide or who are looking for innovative solutions. So they are the demand side, like industries, foundations, philanthropists, central state government, international stakeholders, global foundations. and they come out with different kind of opportunities for research and innovation. And then we have a supply side, which includes Pan-India research institutes. So Mantan has registration from more than 5,000 research institutes. So many lakhs of researchers are already there, and 90,000 plus startups. And we are focusing on 3 areas. One is sustainable development goal. So all SDGs you will find here. Second is the emerging technologies. We have identified 2021 emerging technologies like AI, ML, quantum, green hydrogen, semiconductor, life sciences, space tech. So that I will also show. And the third is the social impact technology, because it's very important for the research and innovation ecosystem to impact the society. So we also facilitate CSR funds through industries under the clause 9 of Schedule 7, where it can support projects related to research and development aligned to the Sustainable Development Goal or to the incubators also. So we started this division. It's not a very old division. During the time of COVID, when we started looking for different kind of solutions from academic institutions and startups which can help us to fight pandemic. And we got a lot of technologies which was lying inside the silos. And then we thought, okay, how to fund these technologies, and we started taking it to the industries and foundations. We were able to commercialize 60 plus technologies that time. With the help of industries, more than 1,800 crores were raised and funded by industries and foundations to research and innovation. We got MyLab as one of the garage startups, and which it is the first self-testing kit, and they had just written to us. We have helped them to incubate in NCL Pune, brought them a lot of support, and that's how we got the first self-testing kit during the COVID. We had set up 500 plus hospitals with the help of a startup technology in IIT Madras, just a spin-off from lab to the market. It's a modular extension, and in 18 states within 3 months we were able to set up all these hospitals. We were able to indigenize reagents which were required for the testing. We were importing from South Korea initially, and we were getting a lot of faulty cases. And with the help of research institutions, we indigenized here, and we started exporting them to the African continent. So that's how we realized there is a lot of traction happening between the researchers and the innovator communities and the industries and foundation. And we don't wanted to miss that traction. And because we were a very small team in this office that time, we realized we should not be a bottleneck for all this opportunity to come. And we came out with a platform called as Mantan. It was launched on 15th August 2022 by Principal Scientific Advisor. And as you can, I will take you through the platform very quickly, because it's a very detailed and comprehensive platform. And maybe in future, AIU, Dr. Mittal is there, we can arrange an online demo for all the research, universities, so that we can have a detailed demo. So this is a navigation video. And if you go down, the platform has already received 2 very prestigious awards, Dun & Bradstreet Awards, and the second one is World Government. So it has been showcased or selected amongst the top 8 innovations from the world used by government. And recently at Dubai World Government Summit, this has been presented to 25 Prime Minister and President of the world. So that is the scale-up level it has happened. Kavita, can you just come down? So you can see all the success stories. Already more than 300 success stories are there on the platform. Who has got awards, which are the opportunities. You can see here. Come down. This is a dashboard. In last 1.5 years, we were able to source 6,897 crores. More than 600 opportunities. You can see 692 opportunities. 344 success stories are already there. Come down. This is an industry rolling opportunity. So many industries who has a continuous opportunity, like 100 group of Tata companies, they said we have multiple opportunities. So they have actually integrated their platform with Mantan. And that's how you can actually go to their opportunities, which is continuously open for the research and innovation also. Then you can see the KPMG is a market research provider. They provide a lot of market research report on the platform, which help researchers and the innovators to find the gaps into the market related to the emerging technologies. These are the opportunity providers, and you will find everyone from international, Indian, everyone logo, including XPRIZE Foundation, which is funded by Elon Musk. So we have more than 7-8 problem statement on the platform, which is coming from the Elon Musk Foundation also. And you will find all the names. These are the opportunity providers in last 1.5 years. You will have JICA from Japan, you will have Microsoft, you will have Kotak, you will have everyone you will find, and it's a very big list, more than 400 plus opportunity providers. They are continuously coming, giving multiple opportunities on the platform. This platform is crowd-funded by industry initially. So it's a zero-budget platform from the government. And you can see Mr. Lakshmi Narayan Act grant and the Amazon has funded this, the development. And then it has been taken over by Office of PSA right now. We have an outreach partner, so we also help to disseminate science and technologies, researchers, and the innovators through our, like Amazon, Netflix. I will be speaking about all these outreach partners also. We have benchmarked this platform. Before making this platform, more than 10 plus platform has been benchmarked so that we are not repeating our efforts. Coming to the opportunity section, this is for the demand side. And you can see, like any industry foundation demand side, they come and we have a template if they are looking for early stage innovations which are at low TRL level. They can actually fill those templates. Industry market ready innovations, which is generally coming from the startups or even from the research institutes. Implementation projects where they are looking for implementing partners from research institutes, and like Toyota has recently launched a call, they are looking for implementing partners for their open innovation. So if you are interested or you have an incubator system, you can do it. Center of Excellence, we had set up 15 Center of Excellence in last 1 year in research institute funded by industries foundations majorly. Either on global sanitation technology in IIT Palakkad, funded by Gates Foundation, SDFC Bank, IRM Scientific, on clean affordable energy in IIT Dharwad, funded by Honeywell, Infineon, Shellco Foundation. TERI, we have a circular economy center of excellence funded by ICFAI, air pollution related center of excellence in IIT Delhi and IIT Kanpur, funded by Bloomberg. So we have 15 center of excellence, which is also having a strategic approach, which has 4 pillars. One is like pre-incubation pillar, where we identify all the ideas related to the thematic area. We shortlist idea. Along with the researchers, they incubate cohort of startups in pillar 2, which is incubation. They work on demo scale technologies. 3rd is testing validation, and 4th is scaling up to the market. Support in livelihood and developing micro entrepreneurs. So that's how most 4 models on pillars on which Center of Excellence work. We get a lot of internship scholarship opportunity from national and international, and in-kind opportunities where industries are providing. So go to the opportunity section. So you can see all the opportunities here, and you can see the eligibility right now, 28 opportunities from different, you can see BEAR, you can have, and a lot of sectors, SDG-wise, focus area, you will find all the opportunities here from industries and foundations here. We have a classified section also. So many industry come to us who have confidential R&D. So they can actually do all this thing through the classified section where they will directly reach out to the researchers. Information will not be into the public domain. We have different segments here, and you can see like governments, and you can see government, under government, all central government. So we have opportunity from more than 25 central ministries and state governments where your researchers can apply, and many of them are open, and you can see all PSUs, startups, state startup missions, and like telecom ministry, MNRE, power ministry, in space. So all this opportunity you can see in this. Then next section is international section, where you get like Gates Foundation, Rockefeller Foundation, international governments. So all MNCs, you will find their opportunity in the international sections, where they're looking for partnership with research and the innovation ecosystem. And more than, I think, 80 plus opportunities are there on the platform. Maybe the Wi-Fi is low. And the 3rd section focus is the women in STEM, because we are focusing a lot by recognizing women, and you can see we have recognized with British High Commission, UN women, 75 women in chemistry with Royal Society of Chemistry, and we have women entrepreneurs. We are doing a lot of programs which are funded by industry to support underprivileged girl students from Tier 2, Tier 3 city to continue their career in STEM, providing scholarship, internships. So all of that you will find. And then we have a school innovation also where industry wanted to support digitalization, or like the girl students developing satellite with the help of Space Foundation. So a lot of opportunities in the school innovation also. So till now, this is for the industries, demand side. Then we have a section for supply side, like research and innovation, how you can showcase your research work where you are looking for funding. So we have categorized or stacked all the proposals according to the SDGs. So you can actually open like climate change. And if you have an interest in climate change, you can see all the opportunities related to the climate change. And then you have the reports from KPMG. Then these are the proposals from different research institutes and startups, which are looking for funding from industries and foundation. And whenever any industry come to us, we just, based on their interest area, we just provide those proposals to them also. Then we have an emerging technology section, and sorry, there is a subject matter expert. So many of you are subject matter experts in different field. You can register yourself as a subject matter expert so that industry can reach out to you, or the startups can reach out to you, and for evaluations, jury, or different mentoring. So you can actually register yourself as a subject matter experts from the universities. Then similarly, we have a showcase of emerging technologies. As I said, we have identified multiple emerging technologies, and similar to the SDGs, you can see AI/ML section here, where you can find opportunities, and you can see some logos are there. So many of stakeholders who has an interest in those areas, like this is Telangana government emerging technology department, and we wanted to hold this section as a section owner and bring a lot of opportunities related to AI/ML on this platform. So they are owning this section also. So that's how we are giving multiple sections to different industries and foundations. Then we have exhibitions. So whenever industry posts any challenges here and they get multiple proposals, they can actually call for an online exhibition also. And then coming to the event section, apart from the open platform for event, as I said, we have multiple outreach partners. So you can see, like recently we have launched a series reality show with Amazon Prime, which was launched by Principal Scientific Advisor in the Alia Bhatt recently. And you can see that at Amazon Prime, where we have provided them 1,500 researchers and innovators and startup founders from Tier 2 cities, because our focus is on Tier 2 more. And they have selected 10 founders, and show has been made, and they got an investment. Netflix is working on films on climate innovation and different. So recently 11 researchers or innovators has been selected, and they're making films. With Jaipur Literature Festivals, we are basically having a series called as Be Inspired Science Series, where we are calling all the different researchers and innovators, not only from India, global researchers also coming and showcasing and talking about their work. Very creative way. Jaipur Literature Festival is known for their creative way. And then we have SumanTV, which is making episodes on the success stories from the platform and showcasing in our parliament also during the break hours, and on SumanTV also. Daily Hunt taking all our success stories and project opportunities to researchers through their channel. And then we have a lot of projects in science communication. And so this is about platform. And very important, only last thing, you have a very simple registration process. Everything is free. You have to just register here as an institute, and anyone can, number of researchers, there is no limitations on number of researchers. Most of them, and you have to specify your fields so that specific fields kind of opportunities are coming to you. So this is about Mantan platform, and I would urge all of you to come forward and join this platform and utilize the opportunities which we are getting on the platform. Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Kulshesh, for very beautifully telling us about the platform, and I think many of the universities will be benefited. With this, I now request Dr. Shipra Datta for her presentation by Elsevier on research intelligence. Within 10 minutes, please.
Honorable Chair, Professor Gupta, my fellow speakers, Professor Raj, Mr. Rahul, Professor Pankaj Mittal, Professor Sancheti, and all the honorable dignitaries over here. Very good morning to all of you, and greetings from Elsevier. Today, I'm here to represent Elsevier, which is the leading scientific publishing company, and now it is transforming into an information analytics. Today we will be talking about research intelligence view from the top. We have already heard my fellow speakers. They talked about the loop in research innovation, how you maintain or develop that ecosystem at your universities, and then from Mr. Rahul about how they are providing the platform to connect with the industry, to have that interface with the industry, to take the innovation to the next level. And that's where I think today my presentation will help you bridge in the gap between the ecosystem that you are developing and the interface that you're trying to reach with the industry. That is, developing your talent, identifying the right talent to nurture it, and of course, showcasing your ability and mapping it rightly with what the industry or the other partners or collaborators of innovative projects need. So last year, Elsevier with the group Ipsos, we conducted multiple surveys across the globe with the top academicians like vice chancellors, directors, funders across the globe about the challenges that they are seeing in the coming years. And what we see that after COVID, a lot of things have changed. New technologies are coming up. AI is at the front leading all, I would say, scientific developments. And of course, then there are issues related to political uncertainty, climate change, funding, of course. So everything is kind of interrelated. So we came up with these key findings from the academic leaders, what they see as challenge in the coming couple of years. And the common message that we find is, most of them said that they are facing issue, is the laser working? Okay, I think the pointer is not working. Anyways, so the principal, okay, let's go back. The principal challenge that they see is in continuing with research, maintaining the excellence in research. Funding is a key criteria. Demonstrating the societal impact of the research that you are doing. No longer it can be left unanswerable. And then maintaining and nurturing the talent, gaining talent to develop this whole ecosystem. So for this, we feel the strategy to execution for the universities could be looking at the overall research integrity, monitoring the institutional performance, and of course, based on that, you would be able to tighten your nuts and bolts and get your strategy in place. Research integrity, I'll lightly touch upon it. So publishing ethics has undergone a big change recently, and I would say you all are pretty aware of what the challenges are, and it should be a shared responsibility between the entire publishing ecosystem, including the researchers, the faculty driving it, the journals publishing it, the indexing databases, etc. So everything needs to work together on this, and that's where Elsevier is committed to it. So we see threats to research integrity right from when we are conducting the research to when we are writing, to submission to the journal, and of course, finally, when it goes to peer review and publication. So Elsevier as, okay, is it working? So technologically, we are becoming very advanced, but sometimes we are stuck with basic stuff. From that side? Okay, yeah, thanks. So we can safely land our Chandrayaan to moon, but our Bluetooth connectivity distance still remains a challenge, right? So that's why I'm here on the other side of the stage now. Okay, so we see the challenge in the entire pathway when we talk about, thank you, developing the research, publishing it, disseminating it. And upholding the research integrity is the key thing we should start off with at the universities. So Elsevier's strategy from our end is to build that confidence in the entire system. We are looking at building expertise and optimizing collaboration, as in having clear policies, what is correct, what is not, a specialist team who will delve into it, figure out what's going wrong, data and technology to assist that, what are the challenges, and you pick those issues beforehand, and then keeping the trust in science through education and awareness. But as I said, it is a shared responsibility, and we need to go together in that. So there are multiple investigative platforms that Elsevier is using to look out for the signals which tend to reflect or indicate there could be some issue or compromise to the research integrity. And we can discuss this later if you are interested. But currently, I'm sure all of you know much about it as well. Can we just move forward, go the manual way probably? Or maybe the battery is not working? Can we change the slide? It's changing? Okay. So research integrity, we said, was one of the key things that the university should strive at. And second is, of course, we have shifted. Okay. And second thing is, of course, having an overview of the institutional performance. Where are we? What are our strengths? Where are we heading towards, right? And globally, all the universities are developing dashboard to overview the performance of their institution. So over here, I've just given you two examples, one from RMIT, Australia, one from Yonsei University, Korea. So how they have developed various dashboards, wherein they define even the research priority areas and their strength areas. And this is how one of the interesting case studies of University of Surrey, where they identified that it is in the medical subject that they are leading and they are experts, so they try to showcase and then connect with industry on those topics. You can also connect your research impact in terms of sustainable development goals, that is SDGs, as to what you are doing. It's one of the examples I have taken of SDG 11. In which areas are you working on? How much are you publishing in this area? Who are your top authors in that area? You could do that. SDGs, we have already heard from Mr. Rahul's presentation, is one of the key focus, not only for the government of India, but we are looking at world over, not only the governments, the funders, even the rankings are having a special focus on impact connected with sustainable development. And we have another case study of the National Research Foundation of Korea, how they are looking at the ongoing new technologies coming up research going on in sustainable development and how they are coming up with programs related to these research and funding them for the universities and connecting them with industry. Okay, so I'll just skip to something very interesting. I'll skip, okay. So over here, what I did, I took, so ma'am, I would need just 5 minutes because there was some disruption. I hope you'll allow me that. Okay, great. 5 minutes. So what I did was do an analysis of few of the universities based out of Hyderabad. So we have University of Hyderabad, IIT Hyderabad, IIIT Hyderabad, NIPER Hyderabad, a CSIR lab, and then we have ICFAI Business School, right? So we compared them on their scholarly output. That's the main thing what NAC, NIRF, everybody is doing. Over here, we can see the top two line is IIT Hyderabad and University of Hyderabad. Understandable, bigger institutes, older institutes, much more publication. But publication or the quantitative metric, should that be the only one we should be looking at? No. And that's where H-index comes into picture. But H-index also has a problem, is that older institutes like University of Hyderabad, when we look at its H-index, ICFAI can never compare to that, isn't it? So better is to look at a 5-year H5 index, wherein we are looking only at last 5-year data. So basically, we are looking at the current development going on in these universities. But then again, it is not a very equitable comparison because let's say ICFAI is focused on business, University of Hyderabad is working in all sectors, IIT is mainly from the engineering perspective. So if I do H-index now only from subject category, I looked at business management. Now ICFAI in blue, so over there ICFAI was at the bottom, now ICFAI is at the top. And that's why subject rankings or subject analysis makes more sense. But when we are at the national level, let's say university rankings we are doing, subject analysis cannot be done for every university. ICFAI, we know business management, it is fine. But for University of Hyderabad, their focus, and University of Delhi, their focus and strength areas will be different. So then, what could be the metric we can compare at? That's field-weighted citation index, which takes care of subject variation, time variation, very, very important, wherein you can put everything together on one platform and then compare. And this is a global comparison that we are doing now. So now you see the graph has shifted very much compared to the first publication graph that we were seeing, isn't it? And thank you so much. So we do have a lot of information. I'm sorry we didn't have time to discuss more. I have just put up a QR code. If you would like to know more about this data, have this presentation or discuss with us more, you can connect with us through this QR code. So thank you so much. Thank you, ma'am.
Professor Rao has joined. I'll just request for a brief introduction, and then Professor Rao, you'll be invited. 8 minutes, sir. Okay, thank you.
Good morning to all of you. I'm profusely sorry that I reached here late. My internal compass misdirected me. But anyway, here I am. So I think I just want to very crisply point out a few pointers in this area in this large area of research and innovation, how to nurture them. I think this is the bigger topic. This is a very relevant topic for our times now. As we are climbing up the ladder, these two issues will keep coming back to us as we progress further. Now, research and innovation are deeply intertwined. Unless you do deep research, you will not be in a discovery mode. We have not been in discovery mode for several decades now. So unless our research profile depth reaches higher levels, we will not be able to discover newer things in many, many realms of our societal life. So research, of course, is the fulcrum. And then, of course, innovation. Innovation is a very different beast. In real world, innovation is not done by people who are highly knowledgeable, highly bright. Innovation is done by people who are buzzed about innovation, who are passionate about innovating new things. It's about people. It's not really about knowledge content. It is not really about how bright spark you are. This is the best hidden secret in the system. If you really want to make innovators, you need to ignite the passion in them to innovate new things. So, innovators come in different forms and shapes. All of them have a common thread to go and innovate things which nobody else has done. This is a deep desire in them. Now, the elephant in the room is how do we create innovators in a system, in an ecosystem? This is a very important question and also a very difficult question to answer. Now we are new players in this entrance, in this game plan. Now we are trying to handhold the people, handhold the stakeholders towards initial parts of innovation where you can do startups, you can do new business activities, and the ecosystem is getting aligned with these activities. But this is just the beginning. If you really want innovators of the Bill Gates types, of the high level who hit high stars, our system has to mature a lot. And in this, I think university ecosystem has a very, very important role to play. A role where teachers have to ignite minds towards innovation, not just simply the content, not simply the skills, not simply the certificates, not simply the grades. We still have to discover new methods of reaching minds so that they become ambitious. We don't see too many ambitious students in our ecosystems. How do we create such people? How do we create such minds? Is there a methodology for it? These are very difficult questions to answer. The only methodology that I am aware of is a teacher, a mentor, a successful entrepreneur should handhold the mind, not the person, and talk about the feasibilities, talk about the opportunities, talk about the difficult problems, talk about the interesting problems to these minds. So it's a different type of education. It is not a curriculum-based education. That type of dialogue we have to begin in our ecosystems. All of us have to do it. Importantly, the teachers have to get very intimately involved in these processes where we actually do a dialogue with young minds. Once we do that, I think a few percentage of students, maybe a small number, will get ignited about certain directions, certain areas, and they will learn more about it on their own. That process has to begin. The student has to learn on his own or on her own. And teachers have to keep learning and relearning so that teachers and student ecosystem develops. It's a different ecosystem. If we do that kind of ecosystem, which is prevalent in successful Western universities, it is prevalent, it is possible to do it. I think we will ignite a small percentage of learners, not students, learners, who will look at certain goalposts which others have not looked at. This process has to begin not in the classrooms, but outside the classrooms, where you do intimate dialogues. You do dialogues where the teacher and the taught are intertwined with each other to look at some bright future, some problems, some solutions, and some ways of cracking those problems. This is the beginning of an innovation. So you can see there is a seamless transition from education and learning to innovation. A seamless transition has to be there in our ecosystems. Then, of course, once the student gets awakened towards doing new things, innovative things, big things, the journey for the student begins. Perhaps the role of the teacher sort of fades away from that point onwards. So this kind of fundamental model, we have to do it. There is no single recipe here. We all have to do it in our own manner. If we do this in different realms of education system, I am sure in the years to come, maybe 3, 4, 5, 6% of students get hooked on to some brilliant ideas, and then they will march on. Once the student awakens that I have to solve this problem, I have to do this innovative thing, the student is pretty much on his or on her own. The real question is, how do we prepare the minds of the youngsters to that level of maturity, to that level of ambition, to that level of spark? In earlier times, we used to have such teachers. Very committed, very loving teachers who used to handhold you and show the sun there. Those teachers we have to generate. In fact, there is a serious deficiency of such students in this day and era of high technology. In innovation, sometimes technology comes in the way. We must be able to discern that. So I don't want to talk too many things. I just wanted to give some crisp points. There are good successful models in classic universities of the West. We may want to ameliorate those, and then we want to add our own models of Chintan Manan in our system and prepare those minds. These students do not come in very attractive forms. Please realize, these students may be very, very introvertic. These students may be unable to speak in good English language. These students may be backbenchers sometimes. We must identify them. This is the challenge. Generally, front benchers generally care for themselves. They are very bright. They get good grades. They go to high-flying universities, but they may not be innovative. Please realize, innovative students are generally escapable. They escape our attention. So we really need sensitive and very attentive, very committed teachers, mentors in our system. Only then innovation can begin. Otherwise, we will set up large enterprises where we just do copycat activities. True innovation in the country may or may not begin in that model. If you really want to change the model, we really have to go to grassroots level of doing things very differently. This is not happening in the country as much as it should be. There are too many barriers. We have to really undo these barriers. There are too many barriers. I don't want to elaborate it. Because of too many barriers in the societal system, we are really not able to unmask the talent, unmask the genius, unmask the inventive minds. So therefore, we really have to redo ourselves as teachers. And that will have very serious dividends for the country in the years to come, and perhaps for the world in the years to come. I just made 2, 3 very important points which I am very, very buzzed about. Let us not do a conventional inventive system. We have to do India-centric. We have to do globally competitive. We have to do a discovery mode innovation in our country, not the imitation mode innovation, which is happening at a large scale right now. But that's okay. That's a good beginning. At some point, the global knowledge must be generated here, which we were several centuries ago. That transition has to be brought about, and we have tremendous responsibility in bringing about that transition. I don't want to say too many more points. I think this point is very, very important for me. And thank you very much for this small time that I got. But I also am very apologetic that I came very late. But I am here, and we can interact. Thank you very much. Namaste.
Thank you very much, Professor Rao. It was indeed a very crisp talk, and as usual, you have been extempore and bringing out very valid points regarding research and innovation. So we had a few speakers whom you have heard, but before summing up, I will just request you for the questions. I have some questions from a few vice chancellors, which we'll take up first of all. The first one is from Professor G. Damodar, who is from Chaitanya deemed to be university. He has raised certain points. The first one is in unicorns, we are in the third position with 111, USA with 668 and China with 172, so we stand third as of October 3, 2023. So he requests for tax exemption for these, so I think it can be taken up as a proposal from AIU for tax exemption. It is not actually in the hands of AIU, but it can be taken up. The second point which he has raised is encouraging collaborative research projects between academia and industry can drive innovation and address industry challenge. So we can have a little bit of discussion on this. Any of the co-panelists who would like to take up? Or yeah. Professor Rao.
This is a very old topic that industry and academia are not meeting close enough. They talk from at a distance with some suspicion. A very old story. When an industrial setup asks the vice chancellor, can you prepare students for my X, Y, Z, A, B, C activities? My answer is, we do not prepare students for X, Y, Z, A, B, C activities. We prepare minds who can innovate inside them and can solve all these problems. We do not prepare straight-jacketed minds for A problem or B problem. Universities are large ecosystems. They should train the minds for ab initio thinking, for original thinking, for analytical thinking, so that in the real world they can go and solve any problem, A or B or C, whatever. So this is the real answer, and then the student will be intelligent enough to adapt to the problem at hand and solve it. That is the level of robust ecosystem we have to create. And I think now the journey has begun in our Indian university systems, where we are training students in a robust manner, where there is experiential learning, there is the value for outcome-based education. First time happening in the country after 70 years. Nobody taught us outcome-based education. Nobody told us experiential learning. These are the new attributes we are bringing into the university system, because of which we expect there will be robust minds coming up. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Professor Rao. You want? Yeah, please.
I think we all have been saying how it can be done. I can share again some experiences. The projects I mentioned where student groups actively work with the industry. In fact, real-life problems can be identified in consultation with the industry. Whenever we go there, one question is normally asked, that how sure you are that you deliver on the solutions for the industry. They are willing to share problems with us. I think it's a mutual trust deficit we have to build between the industry and the academia. And that can be done through quality research, which is cited. When you go to industry with that research background, I think they're willing to work with you. They're willing to fund you. Till then, I think this question mark remains. We also tried this through work-integrated education. BBA, BCom, BCA, 1,680 students in last 1 year have been working with industry. So we hold classes 4.5 hours and half day they work, getting stipend anywhere between 5,000 to 40,000. And this has been going year after year. About 50% of them get job offers permanently with those companies. They work for 3 years and then they get the job offers. The various things you can try. Idea is that industry should see what the students are capable of doing. Only talks, they're not willing to believe us, in fact. And therefore, create those project topics where industry and academia can work together, and tell your students to work with them. And when they find solutions, I think we'll be able to do what we are trying to do. We'll get more funding. In any case, industry funding is almost absent in India. Most it comes from the government. We need to increase this percentage by working closely with them. It's working out, in fact. Yeah.
I feel that this type of the concern here of the university is that how we can have a more intricate system of collaboration between the universities and the industry. With NEP 2020 on the anvil, and we are trying to adopt it, I think that many of the universities now, they are trying to approach the industry. But it often happens that the universities, they are not getting an equal response from the university industry. So we have to find out a way, and many of the universities, they are having MOUs with the industry. Many of the universities, they are sending their students for training in the industries. So, and on the other hand, the industries, they are also trying to involve the students. I have also seen, and I would appreciate the efforts of some of the private universities, where they have come, they have brought the industries to their campus. And these industries, they come to the campus, the industries, they need manpower to train. And the universities, they need some type of training. So if this type of system could develop for other universities also, I feel that this concern, which is, I think, in many of the universities, the vice chancellors are thinking as to how we can have this collaboration more intricate, we can move ahead in this direction. The third point which he has raised is government funding and grants can support the above initiatives. Well, government funding and grants, I must say that there are a large number of grants which are being given by the government agencies, both national and international. If you go to the website, you can find out how many national government organizations, how much they are funding. It may be UGC, it may be ICT, it may be INSA, it may be ICMR, it may be ICR. You can go, umpteen of the projects are available. Similarly, for international grants, umpteen of the projects are available, and sometimes there are no takers. The fund is there, and at the closing of the year, these organizations, they simply try to disperse this grant. So let us also become a little bit more aware and try to generate, because I see that in many of the conferences, this point is always raised, that how to get more funds. And then I would also suggest that we can become self-reliant also. Those universities which are having good research facilities, they can offer these facilities to other universities also, like we are doing in our university, and through that you can generate a lot of funds. You can organize workshops also, and in this way this training can also be provided, and we can also generate funds for that. And it's not necessary that we have all the research facilities in our university. No university can boast of having all the research facility. So it is up to us to develop these collaborative programs, collaboration with other universities, and I think that would be a better way to proceed ahead in this direction. We have another question from Rajasthan Technical University, Kota, raised by Professor S.K. Singh, who is the Vice Chancellor. He suggests that AIU should assist various universities and institutions for networking among them regarding research and innovation. So I think AIU is doing that. Dr. Pankaj Mittal, would you like to say a few words on that? Mic एक दे दीजिए मैडम को.
So thanks for that question. One project which we are taking up with CII is, we call it 100-100 project. 100-100 means 100 industries to collaborate with 100 universities. So CII is in the process of identifying 100 industries. So we have told them that give us the list of the industries along with the region. So accordingly, we will give you the list of the 100 universities which can collaborate. So slowly, this 100 will go to 500, 1,000, 1,000. So this is just a beginning we are trying to do. So as soon as it materializes, you will get a letter from AIU asking you whether you are wanting to collaborate in this particular area or not. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Pankaj Mittal. We appreciate the efforts of AIU in this direction. And the second, I think it is, we all agree that we should have an ecosystem. And it is up to us, the Vice Chancellors and the entire administration, researchers, teachers, who can create this type of environment. The next question is from Professor S.H. Jagannath Shetty from Haveri University from Karnataka. He suggests that do we convert our research as classroom subject, evaluate and give marks to it, evaluation, certification? In other words, how much are we involved in this process? Professor Jagannath Shetty, are you here? I think he's not here. Well, oh yes, please. Can you just elaborate what you would like to say for this? That we convert our research into a classroom subject. So we already have now, as per the UGC mandate, we already have 6 months of this coursework, where we
Yeah.
are evaluating,
Hello.
we give a sort of training. And I think what you refer is that when we are doing research, how it should be evaluated.
Yeah,
Yes.
hello.
Can you be
Yeah,
more
madam.
specific?
Yeah, I would like to just elaborate on this. Universities, most of us focus on our core research. Core research, we complete it maybe at the early age, and then we start guiding. But many a times it is found that this research doesn't go as a classroom subject. I mean a textbook on that. We continue to teach the older subjects which are there as part of the textbooks which prescribe. But I am feeling that our research also should be taught inside of the classroom where it gets multiplied into different ways. Many projects can be done on that. So this aspect has to be done inside the classroom, both at undergraduate as well as postgraduate, rather than taking out only the research part of that and then guide separately. This was just a concern, and I have experimented this in my own teaching and found that a lot of new things can be done. That we have to evaluate our own research through subjects. This is what is I was feeling.
Well, you're right. I think all of us would agree. And here the universities have an autonomy. They can develop their own system and evaluate their research. And I know that some of the universities, they are even rewarding good research.
Thank
So
you.
it-
This
it-
was
it-
just
yeah,
a concern
yes.
for, because all are vice chancellors.
Yes.
And just one thing to add, I just would like to request all the VCs, be smiling. I find everybody is very serious. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. The next is from Professor J. Mahinder Reddy, former VC of ICFAI. He's from the same university where we are right now. Some universities have several centers of excellence, are working on SDGs. How can our universities collaborate with PSA office for mutual benefit? Please explain. So, Dr. Kulshresht.
Sure. Okay. So, as I said, whatever we do, we focus on demand-driven. And definitely all the SDGs are very much in demand because sustainability nowadays is a buzzword. And everybody is looking to collaborate for some kind of SDGs with universities or academic institutions. So you can put up your proposals on SDG section, which I have shown under a Center of Excellence category, because there is a category where you can just go as a supplier side, fill the template. There is a template also. And whenever we will get any such kind of demand from any industries who are focusing on this, we will provide that proposal to them. And apart from that, you will keep on getting different kind of opportunities on the platform from the industry directly who are looking for setting up of Center of Excellence, and you can apply there also. We, as I said, last year we had already set up 15 Center of Excellence in different research institutes, all funded by industries. We only put government, there is a governing body for each of the Center of Excellence, and we just have a representation of a relevant government ministry, because it's very important to have a relevant ministries on board with the Center of Excellence. So we can also, if you already have a Center of Excellence, you can, as I said, you just mention it and you fill the form on Mantan, and any such requirement will come, we will approach you, and also the industry can directly approach you from the platform also.
Madam, can I add something?
Yes, please.
And also working on SDG goals, because several universities are working on. Thank you.
Yes, so as I said, if each of the sector which I mentioned, like sanitation, which comes under water sanitation, which is funded by, because if you see all the Center of Excellence are funded under CSR mainly by industries or foundations. And CSR majorly support, as per the Schedule 7 Clause 9 of CSR, it is majorly supporting SDGs only in research. So that's why any Center of Excellence which you will find, it is supported by SDGs. So Global Sanitation Center of Excellence, which is funded by Bill Gates and SDFC Bank, IRM Scientific, Toilet Board Coalition, and HUL. So our role is we bring more and more partners to those Center of Excellence so that the sustainability remains.
Madam,
Thank you.
Madam, can I add something on this?
Please.
Yeah. My question is to Professor Raj Singh. I'm Sharath Anantmurthy, Kuvempu University, Karnataka, Vice Chancellor. Sir, you talked about the project-centric activity and the praise that you won for this innovative project. But I think there's a pedagogic problem there. And the problem, as I see it, is as follows. That when you do such an activity, you certainly train students in a very innovative fashion so that they can address a problem and, different disciplines come together. But then also there's a role in a university to train the expertise that can come together to do such problems. So now your kind of project centrism does not allow for core disciplines to develop on their own, because they would need very different approaches, wouldn't they? They would need a more expertise-oriented approach for such training. And so I want your comments on that. And I had a small second question. Let me just ask that briefly. This is to my own Vice Chancellor, who's here and who came late. Sir, you very nicely put across the fact that often the backbenchers are, undiscovered. But that also, I think, perhaps you're also suggesting that education should also stretch into the vernacular medium, because, such backbenchers in hinterlands especially are not in the gaze of us often. And so what are your comments on developing pedagogy in other regional languages? So these are two questions.
Can I briefly answer?
Ji, Professor Rao.
I'm a strong believer that when the child learns, when he's young, he or she learns very well in his or her own language. There is enough data to that. The learning depth is higher. So therefore, vernacular language-based learning is very important for any country. Having learned depth, then there should be a medium. English is a medium. It's a kind of international medium. Learning English language separately is no big deal. At the end of 12 years of education, the student should have depth and a good communication skill in a non-native language. It is possible to do it. So we have to emphasize on learning part in the very early age. We have not done that. Learning English is possible. Most of us are product of that kind of model. So I think this model has to be emphasized, because I see a lot of bright students who are good but cannot utter a single word in English. What a shame. We should remove that. That barrier has to go. Because when I interview students, they do very well when I ask in their own native language, Hindi for example. But the moment I ask the question in English, the student is totally silent. There is a lot of content cannot express. So this barrier has to go. This is one more barrier in our education. I just want to say one more sentence about research funding. I think day has come now where we have to enforce collaborative research, because all low-lying fruits are gone. Individualized-based research funding should be reduced. A large percentage of research funding should be given to people who come together and solve a problem. That method has to be brought in. If you give a lot of money to individuals, finally the money evaporates. You don't see any content coming out. So this kind of model has to be brought about in a manner that most people take innovative problems, big problems, come together and solve it. Coming together is a difficult problem. It's a non-trivial problem. But I think this ecosystem of funding groups of people will promote coming together. It will happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Rao. I think you already touched this point in your talk. Please, let me finish the questions which we have have here with us. We are running short of time, and I'll just try to conclude. I'm not repeating the questions which we have already taken. We have one question from Professor Vikas Supral from MGM University. He says that AIU can constitute an award to appreciate innovative research contribution. Dr. Pankaj Mittal, I would again address this to you. There's a request for instituting awards to appreciate innovative research. AIU can take up. Okay, so this proposal can be taken up by the Governing Council and then we'll be back with it. We have Professor Nihar Ranjan Biswas. He says he agrees with Professor Rao that we should find committed teachers and mentors who will ignite the mind of students, and that is true. That we have to recognize the potential. He has very well said that we have to recognize the innovative minds, not only the intelligent or brilliant minds, but the innovative minds, because the country right now needs good innovators. And we have one more note from Professor S.P. Singh from the Royal Global University, the Vice Chancellor. Strategic alliance of PSA may be by bringing industries to university campuses for R&D. I already discussed about this, that we must, and some of the universities are already doing it. So if these R&D campuses, they come in the universities, they can be of mutual benefit and have more industry-oriented research and innovation. So these were the questions which were raised by our Honorable Vice Chancellor. I must say that this session has been very vibrant with a number of questions which have come up.
Madam, I want to add something. Can I?
Yes.
Here. On the left, on your left.
Okay, yes, please.
Adding to what Professor Rao said, research or any particular innovation can happen only when the student or the faculty or the guide works on ground. That's one. So we have floated a scheme called Pearl Scheme, which is also already running in IIT Delhi. This scheme says, as and when the student joins the university, you can assign him a faculty member or 4 or 5 of them to one faculty member, and he will be trained only for research what that faculty is doing at that point of time. Now for a year he's trained. Now he also at the same time knows what are the other faculties working on. So if his interests are with other faculty, basics are done in the first year, he can actually start working from the second year till the 4th year or any number of years that he is in the university. Really peer-assisted research and learning is what Pearl Scheme is all about, and they continue doing something on the research part while they are graduating or post-graduating.
Okay,
now,
thank you very
is,
much.
that
Thank
is
you.
the
Thank you very much for your suggestion. I think the other universities will also take up. With this, we end the question and answers session also. And I would just like to conclude the session by first of all conveying my thanks to our esteemed speakers here, Professor B.J. Rao, who is the esteemed Vice Chancellor of Central University of Hyderabad, Professor Raj Singh, the Vice Chancellor of Jain University, and Mr. Rahul Kulshresht from the Office of the PSA to the Government of India, who spoke very well on the different aspects of research and innovation. And I also thank Dr. Shipra Datta for telling us about research intelligence and how we can associate with Elsevier. We have discussed a lot with these presentations which have been made here and also through the question and answers. And I would just like to conclude that if we have to nurture research and innovation ecosystem with all the suggestions which have come up, I think we must have an investment in research infrastructure, that is public and private collaboration also we can go ahead. We must strengthen academic and research institutions to promote higher quality of research. We must foster industry-academia collaboration, which we have already discussed, helping startups and entrepreneurs so we can have better innovative ideas, to promote an innovative culture or to have an ecosystem. That is really very important. All of us should try that in our universities, we develop such an ecosystem to promote innovation. And of course, we can have international collaborations. And the universities are doing this because right now we do not have to stand only in our country, but we have to make an international recognition because as is our motto, that we have to become Vishwa Gurus. And our target, as per the theme of the conference, is that Bharat in the year 2047. So I think research has to play a very important role in resilience and competitiveness and in international recognition. But with all our efforts, I'm sure that we are going to achieve that. We talked a lot about different avenues of research, but I must add on one very great aspect of research where we are proceeding right now, that is AI, or artificial intelligence. We talked about artificial intelligence in research, and we also talked about the quality of teachers. Let us try to merge them and what we are doing here in Bharat. I will just give you two examples. The first one is that due to this AI-based research, we have made in the first AI teacher in Kerala has been launched. And this teacher, who is known as Iris, it was an outcome of the ATL project. And this teacher can teach in all subjects and is fluent in 3 languages. So we have made a teacher who is able to understand these languages and also to teach them. And the other one is the Anushka robot. The full form of Anushka is Artificial Network Unit for Smart Human Knowledge Assistance. And it can work up to 4 hours after charging. And this robot, it also has a heartbeat. So it's almost human. It understands 21 languages. And it can perform 80 movements of hands and eyes. You know, a teacher is very expressive, and expressive with his or her hands and eyes, which are more expressive. And this AI teacher is also able to do that, and it is 80 types of movements. This is based on IoT, that is Internet of Things, home automation, and self-calling. So it can, if you introduce yourself, this teacher can also shake hands. It can also forecast the weather. If you ask about political people, even about our Prime Minister, this teacher can tell about him also. So I think we are moving in the right direction, and efforts like these which have been made by AIU, with having a full session on nurturing research and innovation ecosystem, I compliment the AIU and also the ICFAI for organizing this very special session. And it is always said that for research we have, like some of our vice chancellors also pointed out, that we have to learn and we have to relearn and we have to relearn. Only then we can achieve good results in research. So, and it is true that we have to reform, we have to perform, and we have to transform. Many of us have crossed that stage of doing research ourselves, but we realize the pains of the researcher who does research, does not get good results, and then he or she is discouraged. But I must say that good research always faces a lot of problems. You cannot achieve good results without problems. Every time you face problems, but problems are a part of life, and facing them is an art of life. So let us learn this art of life, and we as Vice Chancellors promote an excellent ecosystem of research and innovation, and I'm sure we'll be able to achieve the target which we aspire for. Thank you very much. I once again thank AIU and ICFAI for giving me this opportunity to chair this very vibrant session. Thank you very much.
With this, we come to an end of technical session 2. There are a few announcements to make today. The delegates who are yet to receive their kits and ICFAI memento, they are kept at the counter, which is outside the entry gate. The second announcement is there is a Mehendi counter near the breakfast area arranged for the delegates and their family, which will be happening from 2 to 6. Kindly enjoy it.
Now, we would request Professor J. Mahendra Reddy sir, former Vice Chancellor IFHE and Distinguished Advisor ICFAI Society, to please come forward to felicitate our distinguished guests. Please, sir. So, sir will be felicitating Professor B.J. Rao, Professor Neelima Gupta, ma'am, Mr. Rahul Kulashrestha, sir. Thank you, sir. Now, I would like to request Dr. Alicia Ghatpo, VC, ICFAI University, Meghalaya, to please come forward to felicitate Dr. Shubhra Datta and Dr. Raj Singh. Ma'am. Ma'am will be felicitating Dr. Shubhra Datta. Thank you, ma'am. Dr. Raj Singh, sir. Thank you, Alicia, ma'am. So on behalf of AIU and IFHE, we would like to thank the chairperson of this session, Professor Neelima Gupta, and to all the distinguished speakers, Professor B.J. Rao, Dr. Raj Singh, Mr. Kulashrestha, and Dr. Shubhra Datta. On behalf of AIU, we would now request Dr. Pankaj Mittal, ma'am, Secretary General AIU, to please come forward and felicitate our distinguished speaker and the chair, Professor Neelima Gupta, ma'am. Pankaj Mittal, ma'am. Ma'am, we will be felicitating first with Professor B.J. Rao, sir.
Gentlemen in the mix.
Dr. Raj Singh. Mr. Rahul Kulashrestha. Dr. Shubhra Datta. Professor Neelima Gupta, ma'am. Thank you so much, Pankaj, ma'am.
We shall disperse now for the tea break and assemble back here for the technical session 3. The tea is arranged at the Grand Hall. The session theme of technical session 3 is digital transformation for higher education.
Patnaik, sir. Professor Bashir Ahmed Shadrach, sir. And Mr. Raghav Gupta, sir.
Recording in progress.
Thank you, sir. We are welcoming Professor B.S. Murthy. Sir, we are welcoming you in virtual mode, and please accept this as a floral welcome.
Thank you. I'm extremely sorry for not being there physically.
Sir,
To all of you. Am I audible? Somebody can say. Hello.
Yes.
Yes, good. Very good. Thank you. Go ahead, friends.
sir, Dr. Ramkaran Singh welcomes first to Mr. Raghav Gupta.
On behalf of the ICFAI family, we extend a very warm floral welcome to Mr. Raghav Gupta, sir.
Dr. Bashir Ahmed Sajraj, sir. And Professor Jagdish Kumar Patnaik. Thank you, sir.
Without further ado, I would like to introduce the chair of this session to the audience, Professor B.S. Murthy, sir, Director, Indian Institute of Technology, Hyderabad. Professor Murthy is the Director of IT Hyderabad. Earlier, he has served IT Kharagpur and IT Madras as professor. He is an institute professor at IT Madras and an adjunct professor at Toronto Metropolitan University and the University of British Columbia, Canada. Professor Murthy has authored about 470 journal publications and 4 books. He is a recipient of numerous awards, including the Shanti Swarup Bhatnagar Award, J.C. Bose Fellowship Award, Distinguished Alumnus Award of IISc Bangalore, INAE Outstanding Teacher Award, Professor Extraordinarius from University of South Africa, Honorary Doctorate from Deakin University, Australia, Lifetime Achievement Award at IIT Madras, G.D. Birla Gold Medal, Eminent Materials Engineers Award, Distinguished Alumnus Award of VNIT. May I now request our first speaker, Professor Jagdish K. Patnaik.
Professor Jagdish Kumar Patnaik, who is currently the Vice Chancellor of Nagaland University. Earlier, he was working as a Pro-Vice Chancellor of Mizoram University. He was also a professor in political science. He was appointed in absentia as a professor of political science at Mizoram University in the year 2004. Professor Patnaik held many statutory positions in the central university system, like Dean of School of Social Science and head of the department several times during his service. Professor Patnaik obtained his PhD degree from Queen's University, Kingston, Ontario, Canada in the year 1993 under the prestigious Commonwealth Scholarship. We welcome you, sir.
Our next speaker for this session is Dr. Bashir Ahmed Shadrach, sir. Dr. Shadrach is the director of Commonwealth Media Communication Center, SEMCA, in India. Before that, he served the Commonwealth of Learning, Canada, as a skills advisor, where he started a new program initiative, Skills for Work, to impart employable and job-ready skills among the people of the Commonwealth in collaboration with national governments and local organizations. A skillful organizer, Dr. Shadrach managed ICT 4D and skill development programs in over 40 nations around the world, working for organizations such as the International Development Research Center, Canada, One World International, UK, Transparency International, Germany, and the British Council in India. Dr. Shadrach is also a consultant for UNESCO, UNEVOC, Germany, FCDO, UK, ITU, Geneva, ADB, the Philippines, UNDP, Iraq, Practical Action, UK, the Open University, UK, Article 19, UK, and the ICT Agency of Sri Lanka. He earned his PhD in Information Science as a faculty student in Loughborough University, UK. Thank you, sir, for being with us here today.
Our third speaker is Mr. Raghav Gupta, who is a Managing Director, Coursera in India and APAC. He is responsible for growing Coursera's consumers and enterprise business in the region, thereby bringing the world's best education to learners across the Asia-Pacific. Mr. Raghav has 20 years of experience across consumer, internet, and management consulting industries in India, Southeast Asia, and Europe. Previously, Mr. Raghav was India country's manager at BLA Car and Intercity Carpooling Service. As a management consultant for 15 years, Mr. Raghav led the retail practice of strategy and in Crestwell Booze and Company in India and served as a president of Technopac Advisor. Mr. Raghav holds an MBA from INSEAD in France. He did his post-graduation in fashion business management from the National Institute of Fashion Technology in New Delhi. We welcome you, sir.
I request our esteemed guests to keep their phone in silent mode and other gadgets in silent mode. I now seek permission from the members to start the session.
Good afternoon, everyone. I will, as a chair of the session, let me first begin with a few opening remarks. Then I will request my panelists, very, very eminent panelists, as you have heard, their biodatas being read. We have three luminaries sitting here, and my job is to ensure that we conduct this session, which is going to be definitely eye-opening, possibly for some people, and more importantly, adding value to the knowledge that everyone has, and also bringing out new perspectives in this particular area of digital transformation. All of us know that once upon a time when, I think, at least if not Raghav Gupta possibly is much younger than us, but the rest of the people, the older people, wherever they have studied, most of the study that we have done was all physical. Okay? We were in front of our teachers, and teachers were in front of us, and the classes used to go on. And I think a major change in this direction, in the way we teach the students, has come, I think, during COVID. Okay, if there is something positive that the COVID has done to all of us, I think that is this digital transformation, that it has accelerated digital. It doesn't mean that digital things were not there. They were in a different way. For example, if you all know about NPTEL. NPTEL started almost close to about 20 years back, when a large number of private engineering colleges have come into India, and suddenly a need of quality teachers was felt. That was when Government of India has come forward and started asking faculty members in IITs and IISc and such kind of institutions which are known to be having excellent faculty members, and started asking them, can you please make available your teaching to the rest of the world, the rest of the country? And with that, so their lectures were recorded in the classrooms. And actually, I gave at least 4 such courses and which are available on the YouTube. And quite a number of faculty sitting here would have done that. And that was made available freely on the YouTube. I mean, this is something, a major transformation that has brought in. But at least, unfortunately, it still lacks what is called a live touch with the faculty member or with the professor. So where you can only listen to the lecture and grasp certain ideas. But when you have a doubts, while NPTEL still manage to provide some time of you sending a mail and a response comes, but still it is not live. Okay. Whereas the current digital transformation that we are all talking about is a live way of doing it. Okay. Quite a number of institutions have come up with online master's programs. Okay. IIT Hyderabad has now almost 10 different MTech programs which are online, where we say to people that you come to IIT Hyderabad only on the day of convocation. These are all meant for working professionals. And we say a 2-year MTech program, I give you 4 years time. Take time at your leisure. Which courses you want to do in this semester is decided by you, not by us. Okay, you have to do 24 credits of theory and 24 credits of project. And you do your project in your industry. And when some industry people started telling us that, sir, in my company, I will not be able to do a project. Then we said, you complete the 24 credits of theory and I give you an executive MTech. Possibly we are the first IIT in the country, if not the first institution in the country, to have given what is called executive MTech. Executive MBAs are known. Many of you who are in the management field are aware of it, but executive MTech is also something possible. We even went to the one more level. We said that I am a strong believer that education system should move in a direction where if somebody in some corner of the world wants to learn something, a subject, let's say astronomy, okay, a course on astronomy, and there is a teacher available at some other corner of the world who can teach that astronomy course, there should be a way to connect these two. And that is the direction where free education where anything that you want to learn, there is a teacher available and the system should be able to bring them together. And with that intention, at IIT Hyderabad, we have converted all our classrooms into hybrid classrooms. And I started asking my faculty, whatever you are teaching in the regular class, are you willing to teach it to an outsider? Okay. The moment a faculty says yes, we advertise about it, saying that here is the course, here is the course content, this is the professor who is going to teach, and this is the timetable. The moment we put the timetable, anybody who feels that timetable suits them, they may be sitting in Australia, they may be sitting in Armenia, wherever it is, they should be able to register for that course alone. Till recently, most of the time when you want to learn a course, you have to actually register for a degree. Of course, Coursera kind of programs have come. We will hear more from Raghav as we go along. But in an institution, unless you register for a degree, you cannot just do one course. Now I say that, yes, it is possible to just register for one course. And we went to the extent to say it can be a student, it can be a professor of a university, it can be a working professional, it can be even a 70-year-old man. I'm not going to ask you whether you have written JEE or GATE or anything of that nature. And it can be even what we call them as homemakers. Okay, I say anybody can learn. Okay, I even started telling my colleagues that do not control the entry, control the exit. As long as your course is tough enough, that the certificate that IIT is going to give at the end of that course, that you have done this course with these many credits, with this grade, has to have certain value, then you only control the exit. If somebody thinks that he or she can pass my exam, let them join. I may be teaching thermodynamics and somebody from an electrical engineering wants to attend that course. Why should I control that? So to that extent, we have moved. Right now, we have 15 to 20 such courses are running, which are open to anybody in the world. So this is where I am seeing that digital transformation is moving. I tell my colleagues that let us become Vishwa Gurus. Once upon a time, India was known to be a Vishwa Guru, where people used to come to India to learn. But those days were old, where they were able to only come physically. Only when they can come physically, they were able to learn. But now we are in a wonderful, arena where we can possibly offer this knowledge sharing in a digital way. And this whole session of digital transformation is all about that. So with these few remarks that what an institutions can do, and I'm sure everybody sitting here has been doing some digital transformation in their own institution, and we will come to the audience sharing their ideas in that. But before that, let us have our three speakers. I will go in the same order in which their names are put on in the panel discussion. No specific, I would say, saying who is big or who is small. All of us, for me, are all equally contributing in some way or the other. So we'll start with Professor Jagdish. Professor Jagdish, what are your views in this particular field? You must have really done a lot of things in your own university. We would like to hear from you. What kind of transformation that you are trying to bring, digital transformation in your own university, and what kind of suggestions you have for the rest of the people sitting in this audience, so that they can take some good ideas from you so that they start implementing in their own institution. Over to you, Professor Jagdish.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairman, my co-panelists, distinguished members of the audience. I'm extremely glad that I've been given an opportunity to share some of my straight thoughts. Before that, let me do a few words of gratitude to the organizers, to the president, Professor G.D. Sharma, who was my predecessor in the Nagaland University as a Vice Chancellor, Madam Pankaj Mittal, Madam Rama, who contacted me to speak on this topic, and all my well-wishers over here who are listening to me patiently. One disclaimer that I am not an expert in the field. I may have some stray thoughts, and I would like to engage in some discourse on the process of digital transformation in higher education. I wonder whether I'm the right person or not. Reason being, having located in the remotest corner of the country, as my bio was read out, I spent around 20 years of my life in Northeast, intensively, and how this digital transformation accounts for the changes that are taking place in that part of the world. Having said that, I'm not going to go right now to discuss that at the moment, which I will speak later. As you know, that this Industrial Revolution 4.0 has really transformed, disrupted the society, the economy, and the polity as well. As you are aware of the fact that I'm a student of social science, so we look into this transformation from the point of society, economy, and polity. It brought in newer nuances and new norms in our day-to-day life, in our day-to-day conduct. Artificial intelligence, blockchain, IoT, etc., have transcended and have tremendous impact in the 21st century. It has its effect on the education ecosystem as well, to a large extent and to a significant extent. Especially this transformation in higher education is far-reaching
compared to maybe in primary schools, or I'm talking in the context of developing societies and specifically in the context of India, and that too in the context of the aspirational districts. Having said that, as already spoken and read out in the concept note, that it affords the opportunity of equity, access, quality, and scale. That's what the beauty of this transformation that is taking place through digitalization. But the question that everybody should ponder is the digital maturity. Because this digital maturity is correlated with the scope of digital transformation. I'm not getting into the details of all these pointers that I have been speaking, but these are the things that I would like to flag for this august audience to ponder and come up with solutions. Digital information and transformation, these are intricately related. And there is a deeper penetration now over the recent years. If you say in the recent decade, specifically in the last 10 years, we saw the public digital infrastructure has spawned across the country in a large scale. But the question again, I would like to flag, is digital strategy for higher education. I've made some PowerPoint presentation, and you can take a look. Yeah, this is the process of digitization. This is just a conceptual thing, which meant realignment of education models utilizing digital technology to engage students, teachers, parents, and leaders more effectively at every point in the student's journey with new student information systems. This is not my own. I've just downloaded from the internet, again, from digital source, open source. That's why I've quoted. Digital transformation is to enable new projects, new processes to offer a product or service with new features through smart integration of digital technologies, processes, and competences, and cultural, organizational, and operational changes of an organization. The organization of my presentation is as follows. After this, I'll speak on the digitization, how it has changed the student's life. Next, I will speak about what is the use of digital technology in higher education. Next, I will speak about the benefits of digitization in education. Next, disadvantages of digitization in education. Sixth is, I will talk about NTF, which shall play a multiple key role in educational ecosystem. And then I will speak about the key initiatives of NAP 2020. It might seem a little bit longer, it won't. Just I will run through the slides and I will just give you a chance to interact. Lastly, I will talk about digital transformation in higher education in India. Can I go to the next slide, please? It's not working. Digital learning makes it possible for the students to communicate and study with a greater variety of materials. As you are aware of the fact that the open source, just as I said, is providing enormous opportunity for the students to access. And that gives the leverage to transform not only the course curriculum, but also the students' outlook and understanding about the issues in concern. Not to rely solely on the limited resource available. Because in the classroom teaching, we often find that the student's mind is controlled by the teacher more than the teacher's mind being controlled by the students. It's not that the student is a dumb fool, but at the same time, we generally see that the student has to listen to what we speak. But that's not going to be through this digitization process where the student has the access. And it also identifies the opportunities for operational movement. The student can have any kind of movement. Just the honorable chairman said, I don't have any restriction on the entry, but at the exit point. So here, there is a flow chart. And in that flow chart, there, the digitization and digital transformation does provide the alley, not a blind alley, an open alley, wherein he can move and crisscross as well as exit whenever and wherever he likes. So the benefits of digitization, next. No, not this one. Benefits of this. It's not working. It's working? No. It's going haywire. This one. That side, have to do it. Oh, okay. Yeah. So this is not a great. It's not a great point. It's the benefits of digitization and education. In education, it's a personalized learning. A student can sit in his home and can learn by himself. And it makes the student smarter. Once he Googles in and gets to know about the course content and the right kind of content, then he can have more opportunity to have the student smarter. The student, when is having the opportunity to access, he feels self-motivated. He feels the real power. Here, through the process of digitization, we are empowering our students. Not only that the teachers are empowered, but the student is empowered. And this empowerment is a kind of democratization. And that enables, even in the remotest corner, a socially, economically disadvantaged person or a student can feel the confidence, can have the confidence, and also can make a mark. So that is the opportunity that we get. Expanded learning opportunities. It has expanded the learning opportunities of everybody. Even at this age, for myself, for example, I'm learning so much because of the digitalization. And specifically, when you talk about higher education, now our teachers who have got the remote access to the library e-resources, they are able to hone in many new ideas, new concepts. I'm speaking not only from the point of view of science and technology, I'm speaking from the point of view of even social sciences, art subjects. So it's not only empowering the students, not only empowering the teachers, it is empowering, even as this honorable chairman said, a homemaker sitting at home when he's having the access. The opportunity is there. So the higher engagement rate, when I speak about higher engagement rate, I'm speaking from the point of GER. By 2030, we need to have 50% of GER. That is the target. Is it achievable? And sure, definitely, when we will have the courses tailored and the digital strategy and digital pedagogy is brought into the educational institution in a much more systematic way, we will have definitely the GER reaching beyond even 50, if possible, because the intensity, the digital intensity, and the process of digitization of the different courses will allow these students who do not have the access can enroll, and our GER will definitely go beyond even 50% by 2030. Next, can you do it? Disadvantage, there is a disadvantage, but this disadvantage is not a huge one. The potential loss of basic cognitive competencies. The basic cognitive competencies, for that you need to have a classroom. And classroom teaching is important. Then the question would arise, are we going to teach the cognitive competencies at the higher institutions? Certainly not. But at the same time, a student need to have that cognitive competences wherever necessary, and it is incumbent on the instructor to enable the student to acquire that cognitive competencies. If I am taking a course of 800 level or 600 level, at the same time to have that cognitive this competency, I need to take a course of 100 level. So there is a need to have that cognitive competence. Unless I have got that basic background at higher education, when I will having the blended learning or the dual degree program, all these things when we are packing up, there we need to have the cognitive competencies. In the name of digitalization, we are not going to undermine this basic and essential ingredient of educational process. Next one is it decreases the overall training levels of students in both school and vocational education system. Of course, it relates to the school education system, but its spillover effect is also at the higher education institution. This is one of the disadvantages or drawbacks of higher education when we try to transform through digitization. Now I move on to next important segment, that is NETF. This is an educational forum that was created following the introduction of NEP 2020. This forum is just at its, I would say, infancy, is doing great job. A lot of work it is doing. The thing is, it needs to, get across the whole educational ecosystem. It shall multiply key roles in education ecosystem, and it should be advisor. It is, in fact, it has been assigned the mandated, as per the NEP 2020, on all key issues aligned with NEP mandates. It is a think tank advising the government, center and states on the use of emerging technologies in realizing the aspirations of people and NEP 2020. These points I have copied from the NEP text. It is a facilitator in the actual planning and implementation of NEP objectives, owner of core building blocks, modules of NDEAR and education digital infrastructure, and responsible for their adoption and entire life cycle management. Many of you might have, those from this state central universities might have now initiated the Samarth portal. In the Samarth portal, it is mandatory that we have to upload the student life cycle from the day he joins until he exits. This is with regard to the central universities. And this dashboard. Actually, in the last session, there was a discussion about this dashboard. That dashboard will have, the administrator will have the access to that dashboard about the progress of the institution in terms of research and innovation, in terms of teaching and learning, in terms of the course curriculum in terms of everything that relates to the student life cycle. And that's how, this Samarth has come into place. It's honor of operation and maintenance activities of existing initiatives within umbrella schemes of education and NMECT and Diksha. Next. What are the key initiatives of NEP 2020 in terms of this digitalization? Pilot studies for online education by NTF, CIT, NIOS, IGNOU, IITs and NITs have been conducted, still going on. Because online education, everybody is not eligible, including my university is not eligible to offer distant and open learning. There are private universities who have the advantage of having online courses, but it is also restricted. Here I would like to draw the attention of the UGC also, of course members from the UGC are not here, that those universities are located remotely and should be allowed to offer, who can offer it? Because there is a high restriction on this online education. Of course, there are many policy implications for that. But the infrastructure, the policy perspectives, all these things need to have a revisit so that it should allow for offering online education. Online education, people are getting from Harvard, free of cost, because the name brand is Harvard. But here, our name brand is still to have the recognition so that we can also offer this online education. Digital infrastructure creation of open, interoperable, evolved public digital infrastructure. The government of India is really spending a lot of money on it. Every year, my university gets more than 1 crore, or maybe 2 crores, for developing digital infrastructure, starting from buying interactive boards to even buying computers, latest computers, multi-purpose computers, all-in-one computer. Ditto is the case with the private universities. Some cash-starved state universities might be having difficulties. But the fact of the matter is, you cannot ignore the fact to develop digital infrastructure to have transformation in your educational ecosystem. There are online teaching platforms and tools, Swayam, Diksha. Now it is mandatory to a large extent for these central universities that 40%, up to 40%, as per the NEP of course, now we are being insisted that 40% of your course credit should come out of Swayam. And it is also linked to your NRF ranking. That is one of the parameters, which is good though. The thing is, are we really aware of these things? I worked in the Central University for 20 years, and the Swayam thing came into place in 2015. And up until now, there are many universities who have not onboarded in this Swayam platform to have their students access to the courses. Very limited. There are logistic difficulties. I'll tell you. If my student wants to go and write this Swayam course, in that case, my student has to travel in the hilly terrain 100 kilometers to write that exam Swayam course. Now, we represented this case to the UGC chairperson, and he agreed that these exam centers can be, and the Swayam, the conditions for offering the Swayam courses would also be, tweaked, and there is the possibility that we can also be assessors. Although the course content is from the Swayam portal, the universities can also engage in, as a part of that Swayam exercise. So this is also an important issue. Okay, thank you. I'm running out of time. Digital transformation in higher education institutions. Can you move on? Yeah. And this has become hackened that COVID has really transformed. It did, in fact, transformed. It has brought a paradigm shift in the education system, particularly in higher education. When I say higher education, I'm becoming more partial. Reason is, even a student of class 5th also had to do the coursework, the homework and whatever, everything through online mode during the COVID time. And that actually triggered this transformation, at least the attitudinal transformation. Even in 22, you will not believe, when I joined as Vice Chancellor, my teachers were abhorrent to having online meeting. I said, no, nothing doing. I cannot travel, nor you can travel to my place, because my headquarters is far away from other campuses. I'm running 4 campuses. Now, willy-nilly, they have accepted. And I'll tell you that now it has become very commonly accepted norm in my place. I'm talking about myself. I'm not talking about the others, though. It may be same with some of them. Now, this is a new approach to teaching and managing and doing research. Research, actually, when I was conducting research, I did not have the access to Google. I studied in Queens. When I returned to India, Google was not there, the search engine, the most powerful search engine. There are other, and at that point of time, research was, we are doing it the cards. Now research is very easy, unless you have got any, innovative idea or anything. But the traditional kind of research in social science, it becomes, little easier. Creating fresh learning opportunities, use of technology to improve accessibility and quality. This I have been emphasizing because of this digitalization. There is enormous opportunity of accessibility and also quality. It has bridged the divide. It's not the cultural divide, but the digital divide. With a small smartphone, we can afford to complete a master's program, provided you are very serious. Of course, that is through online mode. It has democratized the platform like SWAYAM and NPTEL. And I am aware of the fact of many cases where students do not go, even IITs or in central, big college, engineering colleges, to the classroom. They sit in their hostel rooms, they get their NPTEL courses, and from that NPTEL courses, they write their exams. This is not recently done. That was, that has been there for the last 7, 8, or even 10 years. Yes, sir, I'm finishing. So that has dissolved the boundaries. When I talk about boundaries, I'm talking about the geographical boundaries and the geostrategic boundaries and the locational boundaries. So there is fairness and remote inaccessible areas to benefit from higher education. Thank you very much. A lot to speak, no time. Thanks a lot. Thanks for your patience. Thanks.
Somebody can hear me? I've been trying last 20 minutes to actually remind Professor Jagdish. I don't think any one of you are able to hear me.
We are hearing you online, Professor, but I'm not sure.
I think the people, I can see your message, Professor Anant. This is very, very unfortunate that the speaker was not able to hear me. And I don't know, how do I conduct a session like this? So my request possibly could be somebody sitting there should conduct a session and I drop off. That's the best solution possibly. Okay, I'll send that message to the organizers very soon. I hope Professor Bashir Ahmad, you like to start speaking?
Sir, we are able to hear you. Hello?
What do I do? I have been sending messages last 15 minutes to the organizer. Organizers do not respond. Messages, and no one seemed to be concerned what to do. This is not the way to conduct a session. Very, very unfortunate. I think what to do.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your intervention. Thank you, my fellow speakers. Professor Mittal, Professor G.D. Sharma, Professor Ganesh, all the directors of ICFAI University Fraternity who are here, the various Vice Chancellors, my salutation to you. So can you give me the pointer, please? Okay, thank you. I want to quickly summarize what I wanted to convey to the audience here. The topic is digital transformation in higher education. When it comes to digital transformation, it's all about business transformation. How do you do business transformation, the business as usual of the higher education sector into something different? How do industries transform their businesses? The enterprises usually envision their program on the basis of the customers they want to serve and how long they want to serve and in what form they want to serve, and also to anticipate the needs of the customers and organize themselves in a manner that they are not only transformative but also leapfrog into the next generation. So the question is, when it comes to digital transformation in higher education, are we looking into this kind of a business transformation, or is it business as usual? That's the question. Because digital transformation usually relies on data, relies on talent, relies on operational models, but also technologies. And we have heard a lot about the technologies at play, ranging from artificial intelligence, machine learning, cloud computing, and others. But more importantly, the microservice architecture, which we need to put in place in order to personalize our learning experience for the customers that we serve. Now, when it comes to the customers, although the parlance customers is much more a business term, when it comes to the education fraternity, it's the learners. What are the new learning experiences that we provide to our learners? How are the ways in which we empower our educators in order to provide that new learning experience? And how do we prepare the future workforce? So we have to, I think, unfortunately or fortunately, revolve around this remit when it comes to digital transformation in higher education. What is the India vision? Now, the India vision was mentioned, GER 50% by 2035, which translates into 100 million students by 2035. If we go by the current uptake of 40 million students in the higher education fraternity, we need to prepare ourselves for 100 million by 2035, which means we may have to also double up our teachers from 1.5 million to 3 million. But we are forgetting one major opportunity facing us, which is the 800 million lifelong learners. We are only looking at the traditional, conventional learners who graduate through the 4+3+3+. A lot of people out there waiting, at least 800 million people waiting to be our lifelong learners. So basically, we are talking about digital transformation multifold. It cannot be business as usual. You need to really think about a mission-oriented solution. So the digital transformation has to yield for what we believe in. So the answer is, when it comes to emerging what are the emerging trends that we see? Now, the market size, as I mentioned, is increasing. Globally, 200,000 people are born every day, which means we are likely to face a situation where about 1 billion people would be added in the next few years. This is something that we need to note down, because the market is not today, the market is tomorrow. Kya ho gaya? Okay, I'll simply move on to speaking. I think they have some technical difficulties in showing the slides. But digital transformation using technology should make us not just fulfilling the process-oriented education that we offer, to something powering experiences, which is where I think the new tech, edtech companies have shown us the way. Largely, the traditional education industry has only went along with processes. What we need is powering experiences, going beyond borders to ensure that human and computational intelligence converge so that we become leaders rather than laggards. उसको क्यों minimize नहीं कर रहे? So the question is, who and what calls shots when it comes to digital transformation? Is it the government that is calling shots, or the marketplace? Or are we really looking at the global marketplace or the local marketplace? And are we looking at only our institutional survival, or the 900 million population in our country that needs to be lifelong learners contributing to the larger ecosystem of the economy? So the question is, how do we use technology in terms of providing education and skills for the people? And how do we economize? What is the economy of education? Who funds education? Is it the elite, or is it for the mass access? And how do we compromise between these two spectrum when it comes to many of the private universities that are present? Of course, we are able to access the elite market, but a large number of public universities do have to have the mandate of offering access to the public. So how do we really reconcile with this fact that the 1,100 universities are the backbone of reaching out to not just 100 million, but 900 million, 800 million lifelong learners included? Now, the digital transformation also has to make us think, what are the learning models that we are talking about? Are the learning models more theoretical and practical, or on campus or online, or group learning or individualistic, personalized learning? And we are also now moving towards self-paced rather than instructor-led. So there is a lot of changes happening, and are we really up to it is the question. Now, looking at this particular research conducted by this organization, there is a very clear preference for traditional pathways. In other words, institutions, traditionally accepted institutions, are the ones that the learners are looking into. So the relevance of institutions become much more important, which means the chronic skill shortages, the demographic shift that we are seeing, the changing industrial needs, and of course the reskilling of displaced workforce and others due to automation, all these are falling squarely on the education institutions. So we need to really take cognizance of the fact that we have a lot of pressure facing us, which means we need to restructure our education practice, right from consolidation, amalgamation, and multidisciplinary to a situation where we would end up in a situation where the survival of the fittest would be the norm. On the other hand, we are also in the Indian scenario looking at Bharatiya Parambara, Bharatiya Bhasha on one hand, but also saying that we are looking to feed the global workforce needs, which means the Indian workforce would need to be serving the global workforce needs. So we have to really also strike the balance between the language education and the international language that is practiced where the market faces us. So the global language needs as well as the local language needs are something that we need to look into. Now, when it comes to NEP 2020, there is a lot of promise. Now, before that, I wanted to also quickly show 2 slides how things are changing. Now, post-secondary level, in the next few years, we are going to add 800 million students at the post-secondary level, and at the secondary level, and at the post-secondary level, there would be 350 million students worldwide, which means India has a huge opportunity. When it comes to the population, the learning population in India, by 2030, we are looking at a slim population that's feeding through the higher education system. I'm not able to move my slides. I don't know what's happening. Okay, I'll straight away go to the last slide. Maybe I'll skip quite a few slides and speak to only a few points. Now, when it comes to NEP 2020, if I were to summarize NEP 2020 in 4 lines or 4 words, it's blended. Now, there is no conundrum, there is no debate between fully going online or fully sticking to offline. It's likely to be blended. We are all moving towards the blended domain. Yesterday, we launched the blended learning policy together with the AIU, and my own organization is involved in developing institutional level blended learning policy templates, which should be a good instrument for each of the universities to look into so that you can prepare for tomorrow in your digital transformation domain. The second major pointer of NEP is learner centricity. So how do we now power the learner? And it also talking about the tradition, the culture, Bharatiya Parampara, but also Indians as global citizens. So these 4 things would comprise, although there are very many other factors that talk about, that the NEP talks about. Now, when it comes to integrating digital technologies, this session itself has a very good synopsis, which we can read and understand why digital transformation is important, why future of credential is important, why AI-infused analytics in higher education is important, and how do we now transform ourselves to digital pedagogies and blended learning systems is something that we need to look into. Now, what is the India challenge? Now, the India challenge is, while the world on one hand thinks that there could be a kind of a no human in the loop situation to definitely keep human loop in the whole digital transformation. That's one of the challenges, because we do not want to lose the 3 million teachers and their effectiveness and their ability to actually bring about the numerous 21st century skills in the lives of people. We are also facing the India challenge when it comes to the vocational skills. Although we are talking about mixed reality education, XR, VR, AR, we haven't seen it enough. We are only talking about it. We haven't seen in any of our higher education institutions a scalability of mixed reality education, where we would also bring in skill education to people in an immersive learning experience manner. Many of the tech companies are shying away from this aspect, but this is something that we need to catch the bull by the horn and deal with it, because this is one of the future that very, very clearly enshrined in the NEP. When it comes to the next generation learning environment, we haven't really discovered this art of interoperability, although this was mentioned. We have been speaking about personalization, but islands of excellence happen here and there. When it comes to digital provision of learning, we haven't seen enough of scalability in personalized learning experiences. We haven't taken into advantage enough data analytics, learner analytics, and learning analytics. We haven't seen enough online assessment, online advice, online feedback mechanism. This is a challenge we need to accept. We need to also accept that we haven't really paid much attention to universal design. So this is a kind of a national challenge, and we haven't collaborated enough. Although we have been talking about collaboration amongst universities, we haven't collaborated enough. We are all working in silos. And when it comes to accessibility factors, persons with disability, the 21 disabilities that are notified by the Right to Persons with Disability Act 2016, we haven't scratched the surface. We have really done a survey to recognize that the persons with disability prefer open distance online education, but we haven't seen enough of them actually admitted. So the learning management systems that we actually use is no longer content-centric, no longer learner-centric, it's actually social-centric. That's a situation that we need to face, whereas the mixed learning experiences are very key. My last slide is about the India opportunity. The India opportunity is something that we need to really think about, and this is where this forum, AIU, can actually advise the government, both the public and the private system, as to how we can tackle the India opportunity. Is DPI the only solution? We heard enough about digital public infrastructure. What is this digital public infrastructure? Is it Swayam Plus, NPTEL and Diksha? Is it enough for us to feed to 900 million people? Does it really provide immersive learning experience? Does it provide skill-based courses in a manner that vocational education can be imparted through these systems? I don't think we have done enough. We need to really introspect whether our digital public infrastructure yields to it. Now, when it comes to the education sector, who will survive? The rising of the titans is something that we need to think about. And who is the boss? Who is the boss in terms of digital transformation is something that we need to actually think about. At the moment, we really think that the 1100 universities are the bosses. But we may very quickly lose our competitive edge to marketplace where we would only be mere users, not shapers of technology of tomorrow, because we are not exploiting enough artificial intelligence, language translations, the interoperability opportunities that we have, and so on and so forth. My final point here is how do we harness blended learning in our institutions? Are we complacent with the current form of education delivery, or are we moving to the next phase? Are we really grappling? Because there is a huge debate, the ODL debate, whether it is open and distance learning or online and digital learning. Now with AI and generative AI coming in, there is a new situation that we are facing. Now we also are talking about international and national collaboration. What is our USP? When we are talking about bringing international students, do we have anything specific to offer to the international students? Are we really doing a market scan of the global scenario, the global educational needs? These are the critical questions that we need to answer. We often talk about internationalization in terms of bringing students, but do we enough have the infrastructure or the knowledge of the global needs, whereas every sixth worker globally is an Indian? This is something that we need to look into.
Thank you, Professor
Finally, my
Bashir
final
Ahmad.
point is, can we bring
you
in
able to hear
innovation
me?
in regulation? What is the regulatory innovation that we are seeing? Has there been a peer learning amongst and between the regulators of the various geographies? The
Professor
progressive
Mahesh.
economies have light touch regulations. How do we as AIU, the consortium of universities, now inform the regulators the way that the regulations need to be a facilitating tool rather than a tool that we are really cumbersome and process oriented? Thank you so much.
Thank you. Once again, I want to check, is there anybody in the auditorium who is able to hear me? Looks like no. Can we have the next speaker? Mr. Raghav Gupta, please.
Professor Murthy, sir, you're not audible to us. Professor Murthy, sir.
Could I get my slides, please? It's Google Slides. Not this. Okay, while the slides come up, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm conscious this is the pre-launch session, last speaker before we open it up to Q&A. So I'm going to try and do two things to try and keep the energy up in the room. I will move around a little bit so that if you look at me, maybe it will help you stay a little bit more engaged. And I will try and limit this presentation to 12 minutes. Just to get a sense of the room, are you familiar with Coursera? Quick show of hands. Are you familiar with Coursera? By name, somebody said? Okay. Okay. Maybe half of you, right? So, but I'm not going to introduce Coursera. I'm going to talk about digital transformation. And I think my slides are up, so we can get started. Let's go back. Could you remove the bar at the bottom, please? Is it possible to minimize the bar at the bottom? Okay, so very quickly, quite a bit has been said about digital transformation already. I just want to share a very specific point of view on what this might mean for you as educational institutions. Many of you who are thinking about your strategic goals, I would encourage you to think about 4 areas where digital transformation can be of use for you. And it can also help you as you're implementing the NEP. The first one is what many of you are focused on. It can help strengthen academic excellence. So if you think about industry-aligned curricula, if you think about building faculty competency on domains, digital teaching, etc., digital transformation can help with that. Second, it can drive student employability and placements. Globally, as well as in the country, we have seen the rise of industry micro-credentials. Many leading companies are teaching through online platforms, and students are able to take industry micro-credentials, so that is possible. And also, placements are now increasingly happening via digital platforms, and that can be helpful. Third, of course, all of this will help in rankings and brand perceptions, and largely in terms of growing the number of enrollments that you have in your campuses, launching new programs, whether these are on-campus programs or online. Our host institution, ICFAI, for example, if I was a management student at ICFAI right now, I would want to learn generative AI because industry is saying, if you come as an MBA student and you know Gen AI, we are definitely looking to hire you. So is there an opportunity to launch an MBA with specialization in generative AI and become the first institution to do that? So digital transformation can help you drive that as well. Now, because only half of you said that you know Coursera, I'm going to quickly take a moment and introduce Coursera as well. The slides are a little... It's a fairly large platform, started about 10, 12 years ago. There are about 325 universities and companies that create content. There are almost 14 crore people around the world who come to Coursera to learn. About 3 crore of these are in India. And then we work with thousands of businesses, companies, and campuses. And I'll share a little bit of insight from what we are seeing working with campuses in the country. I mentioned 325 universities. These are leading universities around the world. So Yale, Stanford, Michigan, Johns Hopkins. But also very importantly, leading universities in the country. So IIT Mumbai, IIT Guwahati, IIT Roorkee, IIM Ahmedabad, IIM Indore, IISc, IISB here, and so on, are now creating content on Coursera, which is going to 14 crore people within India and outside as well. And then also very importantly, and there was a lot of conversation about industry collaboration, and companies like Google, companies like PwC, companies like Boston Consulting Group, companies like Facebook are teaching on Coursera and reaching out to 14 crore people. Now, what this is telling us is, as you think about strengthening academic excellence with digital transformation, here's a good example of what this could mean. Let's say you have a BTech in computer science, and it's a traditional BTech, 8 semesters, all the usual subjects are being taught. Today, for a BTech computer science student to be relevant, they need to be specialized in something. Let's take an example, a specialization in AI and ML. And today what many campuses in the country are doing is they're saying, look, I want to launch a digital an AI and ML specialization, and I will bring in content from IBM, Google, Duke University, and so on and so forth, and make that available as a part of standalone for credit learning. And we heard earlier, and all of you are very well familiar, the NEP is increasingly encouraging for up to 40% of credits coming from online platforms as well. The other thing that we are seeing is campuses are saying, look, today we use a Phil Kotler book to teach marketing. Why not use videos and lectures from Phil Kotler from Kellogg in our MBA programs as well? So again, in this example, a faculty member who's teaching electronic systems design might say, I'm going to blend in a course with Introduction to Electronics from Georgia Tech, or I'm going to blend in a course from UC San Diego on data structures. And this has been happening, I would say, over the last 3-4 years. Post-COVID, there are upwards of 100 plus campuses who've been doing this. But a very interesting thing happened about a year ago that many of us are familiar with. This is the World Economic Forum in Davos in March last year, in 2023. And generative AI and ChatGPT started becoming a massive conversation from last year. And what happened is one of these headlines came in, ChatGPT sends shockwaves across college campuses. And I want to ask you, do you know if your students are using ChatGPT to answer all their assessments? Do you think it's a problem? Everybody is doing that, right? So how do we think about digital transformation and the opportunities that all of us are talking about? But how do we address this challenge of students just using ChatGPT to answer all of those assignments that you're giving them? And let me show you some of what we are learning as we work with these many companies as well as campuses. So firstly, before we talk about students, I want to talk a little bit about faculty and instructors. And there is very clear research that is coming out, and there's a lot of data on this slide, but I'll call out the headline. McKinsey and many other organizations have done research which says generative AI will disrupt every occupation, but at the top of the list is educators. The biggest occupation which will get disrupted will be educators. Why? Because ChatGPT, GPT-4 technologies, large language models, LLMs, are essentially using language. And what do educators do? They use language. So there's a lot of, not job losses, but a lot of automation, a lot of productivity gains, a lot of augmentation that is likely to happen. And if you'll see here, the number one, and I'm sorry for the small font, this might not be visible, but educators and instructors are the ones who are likely to have significant amount of impact because of GPT technologies, generative AI technologies. I'll show you a little bit of how this can be helpful for educators quite significantly. The other thing which is very important for educators to keep in mind is all other professions are also undergoing a change right now, right? Industry is changing very quickly. And on the list, you'll see STEM professionals, you'll see office support, you will see business managers, you will see health professionals, and so on. And there's a lot of change in skills that are coming because of what generative AI is bringing. Industry is increasingly saying it's a technology of our time, and it's not a technical technology, but it's a general purpose technology. It's like Google search was many years ago, it's like Microsoft Excel was many years ago. The other point, which is about students, of course, and you spoke about the negative impact of ChatGPT and generative AI. There are many risks that we have all seen. Maybe the top 3 would look like this. Firstly, students can put in less learning effort. It's very easy to take an assignment, put it into ChatGPT, get an answer. So that's, of course, a challenge. Second, you can use all sorts of resources. You don't have to do research. It will give you the answer. So unauthorized use of resources. And third, plagiarism as well. We are seeing many of these challenges that are coming up. But I'll show you with a few examples. There are some very significant opportunities as well. And we're just starting to roll these out on the Coursera platform. The first one is we think we can actually increase learner motivation by giving them better quality learning experiences, both in class as well as online in a hybrid experience as well. And we very recently launched something that we are calling Course Builder. And what Course Builder does is it takes the power of AI, it takes the power of GPT, LLMs, and it enables faculty members to create courses which are much more interesting, they are much more industry relevant, and they are much more engaging for students as well. And the second thing that we have done, and I think the previous speaker spoke about this, is if you're learning online, it can be slightly lonely because you're learning by yourself. But now we've launched something which is called Coach, which is a 24/7 assistant that students can use as they go through their learning experience. Second, on assessments, now to be able to create assessments all the time is extremely hard, and students can very easily put this into ChatGPT to get answers. But we are giving AI question generator to faculty members. You can generate as many assessments as you want on the press of a button. You are still in control because you can decide which assessments you want to use. And if you have 100 people in your class, you can create individualized assessments for everybody. Nobody can copy each other because everybody's question paper is going to be different. We are calling it AI question generator. I'm not going to show you that, but I'm just giving you a little bit of an example. And then lastly, we are launching something on academic integrity. So today, when you're doing online learning, you're possibly using proctoring tools. You might be paying anywhere between 500 rupees to 5,000 rupees per exam, depending on the quality of the online proctoring tool. But generative AI is almost going to make proctoring available for free. You will be able to use the camera, look at student behavior, look at learner behavior, see if that behavior is appropriate, not appropriate, and almost at no cost, we will be able to give you auto proctoring. We will also be able to give you something that we are calling AI Viva exam. You know, when I did my project in engineering, I had to appear for a Viva with a faculty member. But today, the AI can interview the student and ask the student whether this work was yours or whether it was plagiarized for something else. So let me show you a couple of quick examples on this, and then we'll close. So this is Course Builder, and the idea of Course Builder is to create new courses. So what a faculty member can do is on the left-hand side, they can feed in the learning objectives. Because we are at ICFAI, I took a management example. So create a 12-week course on management fundamentals. And this is the prompt I'm feeding into Course Builder. And I'm telling Course Builder, understand the importance of communication, develop delegation strategies to empower team members, practice alternatives and assessing risks, and leverage the role of performance management. I can tell the tool, build me a course for 12 weeks in management fundamentals. I don't have the content for this course, and I want it to be a completely industry-relevant, updated, high-quality course. On the right, you'll see an example of a course, which within a few minutes or a few hours, Course Builder will create, where it has created 4 modules. The course is called Leadership Fundamentals for Managers. And the modules are called communication, delegation, decision-making, performance management, and so on. The other example is faculty can say, look, I'm teaching a course called Introduction to Marketing, but I don't have content on digital marketing. You take your existing course, you feed it into Course Builder. It will give you content on digital marketing. And in this case, it has taken content from a company called HubSpot, which does a lot of digital marketing. It has taken content from University of California, Irvine, and it has taken content from the Digital Marketing Institute. So institutions who are experts in digital marketing, their content has been pulled into your course as a faculty member, and it can really help faculty member upgrade industry-aligned curricula, which I know many of you think is a massive challenge as well. And then lastly, and I think this is just one last slide, every student is now getting Coach, Coursera Coach. This is a 24/7 coach available in your learning experience. If you're getting stuck, you can ask Coach questions. If you want some practice assignments, you can ask Coach how to give you practice assignments. If you want to learn, I'm learning thermodynamics, how will it help me in my career? It will tell you how thermodynamics will help you in your career in the future, and it can drive learner motivation as well. And while we're talking about all of this, I want to just step back a little bit, because as we think about AI and generative AI, this is not just for students, right? This is a higher purpose requirement for the country as well. I'm going to skip AI Viva exam in the interest of time. But the Prime Minister is actively talking about this. This was a few months ago, right? And he said India is the main player in the field of AI talent and AI-related ideas. Trust in AI will grow only when related ethical, economical, and social aspects are addressed. And what we need to be able to do is to make upskilling and reskilling part of the AI growth curve. So as you think about digital transformation, the best technology that we have available is generative AI. It is not just a cheating tool, but I would encourage you to think about this. I don't think many campuses have done enough work on this yet, but this is coming very rapidly, and we are happy to help collaborate to be able to bring this technology so that you can use it to make the teaching and learning process a lot more powerful. I'm going to skip with that and just say, let's get started. Thank you so much. Thank you.
I thank our eminent speakers.
Unfortunately, Professor Murthy had to leave because he was saying that nobody is able to hear me. So there was some problem with the connectivity. So we have 10 more minutes. If there are any question answers or comments, 10 minutes are there, then we will wrap up the session. Any comments or questions from the speakers? We had very good speakers, 3 speakers from Nagaland, Coursera, and SEMCA. There is one question which we have received from Professor Srinivas S. Bali, Nara Pathanga University, Bangalore. He says, being the part of digital transformation, I have some apprehensions. Is digital transformation creating a digital divide in the society? Because Android mobiles are not affordable to all the students, especially the students from economically backward sections and the rural areas and remote areas. Or the signals are very bad. So the question is whether the digital divide is going to create a problem, and is there a digital divide? Raghav, please.
Yeah, it's a great question. I think for us to make sure that people from different parts of the company with different economic backgrounds can access online learning is extremely important. We've done a few things. Firstly, almost everything that we have on our platform, you can learn on a mobile device unless you're learning coding in which you might need a computer. Second, data is extremely expensive. It's not available everywhere, even after 5G. So everything is available offline as well, very much like Amazon Prime or Netflix. You can download content and then you can learn it when it is needed. So that's one thing in terms of access on a mobile device and offline access. The second element is language, and I think earlier also we heard that learning in your mother tongue is extremely important. There was a point in time when almost most of our content was available in English. A few months ago, we translated 4,400 courses into Hindi, and now globally there are 28 languages in which Coursera content is available. The reason we are able to do this is earlier it used to cost 10 lakh rupees and 4 months to translate one course. Now it costs 1,000 rupees and 24 hours to translate one course, so we are able to do that very, very effectively. And then third, of course, as an online platform, to make this high quality content, job relevant content available to students at a very affordable price is the third thing that we have done. So lots more to do, but I think there's quite a bit that already has been done on bridging the digital divide per se.
Yes. And the digital divide not only relates to the availability of network, it also relates to the availability of skilled manpower, the students who can learn, the teachers who can teach. So digital divide is there, but of course, efforts are being made to bridge the digital divide. Any other comment, please?
Sir, don't you think that using of this ChatGPT, Gemini, etc., would ultimately, affect the creativity, intuition, out-of-the-box thinking, innovation of the students?
Should I take that? Yeah, it's a great question, sir, and I think it's a discussion which is currently underway. As we all know, it's a very new technology. It came out about 1.5 years ago. It's been said that the current ChatGPT model that you have experienced is like iPhone 1. And today there's iPhone 15. So the way at which this technology is going to change is going to be very, very dramatic. It's up to us whether we become dumb by using ChatGPT or whether we become more intelligent by using ChatGPT. If you can input very simple questions and it gives you answers and you stop thinking, you will become dumber, you will not use your brain. But as all of us know, any technology, right, the same question, in fact, I was looking at some old documentation. The same conversation happened when calculators came out, that will we stop using critical thinking because calculators came out, will we lose our numerical ability? And the same conversation happened when Google search came out, that look, are we going to use our ability to do research because now you can just get everything on the tip of your fingers. It's completely up to us how we use this technology. What I showed you is the more meaningful use of this technology, where we can actually do better for society, for students, by using this technology. If we just use it blindly, where we say, give me an answer, never use it to creatively augment our capability and productivity, it can, of course, be a damaging technology. So absolutely, those are the two sides of the coin for us to think about.
Okay, we'll have one more question. There's a comment from an online user that also can be read, and that is very true.
I had a small
Professor
question
Anand.
to...
May I ask?
Sorry.
Yes,
Okay,
please.
just very quickly.
After him, you can ask.
Yeah. I think there's also a limitation. I'm Sharath Anantmurthy, Kuvempu University Vice Chancellor. There's a limitation to certain kinds of pedagogical exercises. For example, if you're going to teach an experiment in physics, you can't really, there's often advocacy of going digital on that as well, trying to simulate an experiment. But the very process of an experiment is also empirical. The discovery happens, and the unusual things that, when you do an experiment are unpredictable. So a simulation, in a sense, already assumes the answer and simulates that. So there would be some kind of hesitation, personally, for me, to replace experimental activity, which is a very hands-oriented thing, with simply a simulation. I want to know what your comments on that.
Yeah, I think it's a great point. I would agree. If you're learning physics, you should learn it in a physical environment and do all the physical stuff that you need to do. What we are seeing, and I'm a mechanical engineer by education, and what we are seeing today is even in traditional technologies where you need to learn it in a physical environment, computer science, data science is an integral part of that technology. If you take a company which employs a lot of civil engineers, which you would imagine has to be learned in a physical environment, the largest company that employs civil engineers is possibly L&T. And if you look at what L&T is doing, right, it's saying you're a civil engineer, and along with knowing the core principles of civil engineering, which you need to learn in a physical environment, you also need to learn basic data analysis. You also need to learn how to think about predictive maintenance. Not preventive maintenance, predictive maintenance. They are using IoT technology to predict where the projects are progressing. They're using drones to see how some of these large projects that they're doing are progressing. And what I presented earlier, and even the regulation talks about this, I don't think the regulation is saying 100% should move to online. It's a matter of saying in your discipline, what percentage can be augmented online. If it's computer science, it makes complete sense to do 40% online. If it's physics or mechanical engineering in my case, then maybe 10-20% can be augmented while you continue to drive what you're driving on a campus. So yeah, I completely agree.
Yeah, Professor Ved Kumari, thank you. What we are dealing with in the universities today is the post-COVID students. And COVID has transformed them. We had a set of students who were with us before COVID, and then those who came to the university first time after COVID, after 2 years of learning from home on the digital platforms. And what we found out that even the older students had forgotten how to interact with the other human beings. And growing up in a digitized world makes them very isolated. So even if you have a coach, the classroom is not about one-to-one learning. Classroom is about peer learning as well. So it's both vertical and horizontal. But in the digital world, you lose out on lots of other things as well. So time management, group work, team leadership, self-regulation. So for me, when I'm looking at the generation which is using ChatGPT and which is very well versed with the digitalized world, in the evenings, we don't see students outside on the campus. They're just cooped up in their rooms and doing whatever they're doing, whether positive or negative or whatever. They're just hooked on to this small cell phone. There's their companion for the rest of their lives. So I think we're losing out on community building, which universities used to do a lot. Schools used to do that. The other consequence of this isolation is also a lot of depression. The students are having so many mental issues because they're just not interacting with the others. They're not able to talk to the other human beings. So I think while I appreciate the ease it provides to access information and knowledge and learning on areas or with teachers which are not available on a physical mode. It's very economical as well in many cases. We don't have to get teachers to fly off to our universities to give a lecture. So all that is beneficial, but I don't think it should be seen as a transformation that digitization is the solution.
I certainly think that has to be, as you also said, that every discipline will have to decide how much. So there should be very clear focus on that, how much will be digitalization and how much of it has to be in the physical mode. Because I certainly think that in the classroom, they'll learn a lot more things than just the subject. Higher education is not about learning only the subject, but also the human skills.
Well, I'll request Professor Shedrack to answer, but let us take one last question from him and then collectively he can answer. Mike.
Madam, one more.
Professor Deka.
Yes.
Just a second. Let him finish, then you will ask the question and then experts will answer. And then we'll close.
And Dr. Pankaj, while the mic goes there, can I just add a quick, Dr. Pankaj?
Chal raha.
Madam told, that cannot be replacement of physical. It can be supplement the digital mode of teaching. But particularly say I am from a health university. Say a doctor cannot be a fully doctor unless he goes to the wards, the student goes to the wards and see the patients. So it cannot be digitalization. That is about my comment. But yeah, but my suggestion about the to the management, when there are two persons, say one chair, one co-chair, so at least one should be physically present. So this type of problem will not be there in future.
Okay, madam. There is a need to increase GER to 50% by 2035, right? And at the same time, we have limitation in enrollment in universities or colleges. So what's about converting classrooms into blended mode? Whoever we can make two batches, one physically attend the classroom and others at the same time will attend the classes online. So that way probably we can increase the GER manifold. Thank you.
So before I pass on to Dr. Shedrack, I'll just like to remind you that when in the inaugural session yesterday, we released a book called Draft National Policy on Blended Learning, in which we have indicated that if we want to really introduce blended learning in the universities, what steps the government should take, what steps the university should take, what steps the teachers should take, and what steps the students should be taking. So it's a very, very comprehensive policy. We'll be sending a copy to all of you to share with you, and we'll be sending a copy to the government to adopt it suitably as a national policy. So this is a draft national policy for the consumption of the government to do some policy formulation in this regard, and for the universities to sort of implement it in a manner in which they deem fit, so that it can, it will be very helpful to you. So we all understand that only online is not the solution. That's why we are talking of blended. But now I'll pass on to the Professor Shedrack.
Thank you. Thank you for reminding that we launched the blended learning policy, the draft national level blended learning policy yesterday. That's a good example as to how, as a nation, we can think going blended. Because we are very clear that at least the expert committee comprising of 40 vice chancellors were very thorough and clear that blended is the future. But the judicious mix of blend is something that the policy deals with, as to where there could be as far as 80% of online content could be made available as compared to in certain areas where the mix would be different. So that's something that you want to take into account. But when it comes to the institutional level, at the college and university and institutional level, it's best for you to have, again, an institutional level blended learning policy, because the policy then would provide for the opportunity to build the capacity of your faculty members, to invest in the infrastructure that is needed, to collaborate with the other universities in terms of sharing your content and making your content available in open educational resources, as open educational resources, to also ensure that you have very good student support provision, services provided within the university system. So an institutional level blended learning policy guidelines would be very desirable. And in all this, what you would want to really ensure is the future is really bright. You know, we are facing at least 900 million lifelong learners who would like to walk through your system for either micro-credentials that you may offer or full-fledged, full degree program. So the range would be different. So the way that we conduct our business from currently how we have been delivering degrees would change into bite-sized micro-learning objects that we can create and make available to people so that they can use that for just-in-time learning so that they can practice in their real life. And this would go on for people, and our colleague mentioned that even up to the old age, we can continue to learn. So that's something that we need to think about. When it comes to transformation at the institutional level, we need to really think about how do we really transform our institutions using technology to augment our current capabilities to cater to a large number of lifelong learners that are waiting.
Any other observations, or we can close the session? So we like to close the section. I will like to thank Professor B.S. Murthy for chairing the session. Unfortunately, because of this, some communication details, this is a session on digital transformation, and in the same session, there was an issue with regard to the communication. So I would like to thank Professor B.S. Murthy and all the three speakers, Professor Jagdish Patnaik from Nagaland University, Professor Shedrack from SAMCA, and Dr. Raghav Gupta from Coursera. So thank you very much. Excellent presentations, and I'm sure everybody enjoyed. Thank you very much. Thank you.
I would now like to request Professor Haldar, Vice Chancellor, ICFAI University, Tripura, to felicitate our guests for today's session. Professor Haldar. I would now request Secretary General, AIU, Dr. Pankaj Mittal ma'am, to felicitate our guest for the session. There are certain announcements to be made. We have an interaction session with the Djembe Circle at 4:30. The Djembe Circle is known for drum circles to explore creativity and self-expression. I would request my esteemed guests to be present for the Djembe Circle.
There's another announcement also. I request all the delegates and their family to go and enjoy there. And tonight's dinner arranged at OB's Garden Lawn will
As we bring this session on digital transformation in higher education to a close, I'm hopeful that our time together has been marked by illuminating discussions insightful presentations, and the sharing of valuable ideas and experiences that have illuminated the path forward in our collective journey towards digital transformation. Thank you all for your participation. Now we'll proceed with the lunch that is arranged at the Grand Hall from 1:30 p.m. to 2:15 p.m.
Recording stopped.
I would like to thank our esteemed sponsors, Careers 360, D2L, Merito, and Pragati Offset.
system into a global commodity, with institutions operating across national territories adapting to global economic, cultural, and technological advancements. Deliberations will be on topics like international collaboration and partnerships, global higher education policies and regulations, harmonizing standards, student mobility and diversity, ways to enhance international experience, among others.
Now, we would like to invite Professor S.P. Singh sir, Alison Barrett, Dr. Monica Kennedy, Professor Anil P. Agarwal, to kindly take the stage for technical session 4. Professor Ravindra Kulkarni will be joining online with us.
Contribute to India's economic future, because India is racing ahead in its economic development. But through internationalization, we've always talked about student mobility. Perhaps it's what people think about most when they talk about internationalization of education. But international education now, particularly for Australia and many other modern nations around the world, is much more than that. Yes, we see students travelling abroad to undertake their experience in international qualifications, but increasingly we're seeing that education happen at significant levels of quality in the online environment, in blended models where study happens online in several nations and returns the student back to their home country, and increasingly too in transnational education. We see that Indian universities, some private Indian universities, have been very successful in taking significant steps over a period of time into transnational education. I know that Symbiosis is at the moment establishing their Dubai campus, and that it will be a significant step. And that we have seen for a long time Manipal established in Dubai and now in Malaysia too. So transnational education for all of us, I think, will be the way of the future for enabling students to experience an international qualification, an international learning experience, at the same time developing a global career. For inclusion too, I think it's really important that we see that internationalisation supports diversity and diversification. For example, I was doing a little bit of a research last week about the proportion of students that are travelling to Australia, so those students who will come study with us in Australia and then go on to global careers, that there's been a significant shift in the last 5 years of female students travelling to Australia. And this is something that we're really very happy and proud about. It's an indication that Indian families recognise Australia as a warm, welcoming and safe country, that they're trusting us with students at younger ages. We're seeing a growth in undergraduate student enrolment too, and that we're able to demonstrate that diversity increases and opportunities for diverse people increase through international experiences and through collaborations. We have been able to see too that disciplinary diversity, so encouraging students to take up a broader range of disciplines in their studies, wherever they study in the world, is great for encouraging diversity. Diversity in age, diversity in qualification type, diversity in career outcomes, and this happens through international collaboration. And in Australia, we're seeing through, partnerships with Indian universities that are extending the disciplines available in Australian courses with Indian content, and similarly for Indian universities to be absorbing Australian content into their qualifications through joint awards, through micro-credentials, through post-study skilling. And these are great indications of the way that internationalisation can support a bilateral relationship that's mutually respectful and beneficial. Finally though, and probably most importantly, I think that internationalisation is about the improvement of quality. Post-COVID, content is king, and the quality of the content that we're developing and that we're able to develop through international collaborations is astounding. It leads to an improvement in the quality of the student experience wherever they study, and it improves the opportunity for students to move on ready for great global careers, increasing the employability opportunities as well. Finally, I'd like to say, and it's on the topic of equality, that internationalization is fabulous for rankings. Global rankings of universities have become increasingly important right across the world. They're great indicators for students about where's a great place to study, but they're fabulous tools for universities to collectively engage in ways that they can improve their quality and to substantiate that quality across the world. So I think diverse academic teams, diverse student bases, great teaching experiences all contribute to a university's rank. And we certainly in Australia are seeing the benefits of this as our universities are disproportionately presented in the global rankings. But finally, for all of these things, internationalisation is about impact. It's about social impact, it's about economic impact, it's about political impact, and it's about collaboration between nations as much as it is between institutions. So I would leave my points there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I think very well said that quality and ranking, international ranking all together, and the great, efforts being done by all the educational institutions in the country, initially for the accreditation by NAC and NBA, and now many institutions are moving towards QS and THE ranking. I think this internationalization plays a major role in the ranking system also, and we definitely are trying our level best to become in the top 100 and top 200 institutions of the country. I think that internationalization will play a major role in taking us forward, and thank you very much for sharing your views. I think Professor Kulkarni is unable to join, that have been told to me, and now we have few questions from the Vice Chancellors. But before that, I want to know from the President of AIU, and Madam, should we go ahead with the discussion and last we do, or anybody, Professor Sharma or you or Dr. Agrawal wish to speak on this topic, internationalization and globalization? The questions. So before that, finally, it's perfectly fine. So, but before that, ma'am, I would like to raise few questions, because while informally discussing, we thought that let us make this panel discussion more vibrant, and I will be raising few questions to my both esteemed panel members, and maybe any one of you can reply to those things. Like there's a saying that you sow a seed abroad, water the plant in India. Sow a seed abroad and water the plant in India. And that's why when we were started discussion, so I'll open this question to both my panelists. Do you think that if we see a seed abroad and we water it in India, means we are watering from here and we think that fruits will come back to India? And that is one of the major aspects in the question in the current time. So would anyone of you will like to answer this? Ma'am, Alison. And before she takes up the question, I just want to inform the House that Alison is also into yoga, and she is regularly doing yoga, and that is one learning she had from Indian subcontinent, and I think she is taking care of her health through yoga. So carry on, Alison, please.
Yes, that's right. Absolutely. There's a lot of things that I'm learning from India. Yoga is one of them. So it's a really interesting question. I know that there are often concerns that if students leave a country to study somewhere else, then the country that they left behind doesn't necessarily benefit. But I think it's actually important to think about the long-term view. Firstly, I think students, or all of us nowadays, we're living in a very globalized world. It's the very title of this session. And so if you think about industries, businesses, even entrepreneurs working in one country, they're engaging with people from different countries, different cultures, different markets all the time. So having that globalized mindset, having that understanding of how to work and live in a different culture is something that will last you for a lifetime and really build your skills for the future. And so we see a large number of the Indian students who do take advantage of the postgraduate study route in the UK. that they benefit from doing that because they learn how to live and work in a different culture, they learn how to do business in a different culture, and then when they come back to India, 2-3 years later, they're able to then bring that learning back with them and perhaps take advantage of that and continue working with UK companies or UK organizations or with other organizations that have a similar cultural mindset. There's also the fact that, if you look at the Indian diaspora, I can't remember the statistics now, but there's a phenomenally large number of Indians who are now running global businesses. And they've done that because they've had that international experience. And so, and of course, the products and services they're developing are benefiting Indian people living all around the world, but also here in India. So I think, it's difficult to say now that if you live and work outside of your country of birth, that you're not benefiting the country that you originally came from. Many of the scholarships that we offer, Chevening, for example, it's a requirement that the Chevening scholars come back to India and that they use the skills and the knowledge they've learned back here in India. And there are many Chevening fellows that you meet all around the country who've had that experience. So there's the cultural benefit, there's the long-term employability benefit. There's also the benefit I talked about earlier around and Monica just mentioned the benefit to nations. So having that understanding between people, having that lifetime connection that you have with a country if you studied there, that can really help build those connections for the future. So I first came to India when I was, I think, 19. I studied Hindi in Varanasi. And 25 years later, I'm still here. So I'm still living and working in India, but I'm working in a job that is benefiting the UK. So although I left the UK, I'm still working with the UK, although I'm based here. And there are many, many examples of that that you'll meet and you'll find. I think there's also the fact that young people who have an international experience are more likely to make decisions that benefits a global community rather than just their local community. So that also is another benefit. So I think as also systems get more internationalized, more and more opportunities, as I said before, for young people to come here as well. So.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. And if I would just add that while we see students traveling abroad very frequently, we're increasingly seeing an exchange of students. So the number of foreign students studying in India now is increasing. The opportunity for students to undertake a course of study where they do part of their study in India, part in Singapore, part in Malaysia, part in Australia is increasing as well. And I think this development of global citizens as a result of internationalization is a real feature and something that we should encourage. The final point I'd say is one that I grapple with a little bit about this idea of extraction of students from India and from other nations, that India's productive population and learning age population is growing so fast that there is an opportunity for the world to share the load. By 2047, when 1 in 4 workers will be Indian, there is an opportunity for the rest of the world to share the responsibility for skilling up that workforce. And I think what you see here is a couple of examples of nations that are engaging really solidly to do that.
Thank you so much. I think we'll first go for this presentation by Dr. Professor Anil P. Agrawal, sir, about EdIFI Online. And then we will be launching it. And then I have a few questions from respected Vice Chancellors. So we'll take those questions later on, and House will be open for discussion afterwards. So I think Professor Anil.
Because there will be questions about EdIFI also and INHI also.
All right. So we'll have questions from both the sides. Thank you, sir.
I don't see Professor Ganesh here today, Vice Chancellor. He had recommended that I actually use the PowerPoint presentation. So would that be okay to use a PowerPoint presentation? So I'll do that. Oh, there we go. Do I need this? Probably not, right?
You can keep it here, and when you will go to that, then you can keep this. It's okay.
Good afternoon. After lunch is always very difficult to wake up, so I understand that. But I also know that change is always constant. So the time you have now will eventually pass. So if you're sleeping, very quickly you will pass that time as well. I'd like to start by saying thank you to all the distinguished guests on the podium. Definitely thank you to Dr. Mittal, Secretary General of AIU, and Dr. Sharma, President of AIU. I'm here today because of these two individuals. Until 16th June of 2022, I didn't know ABCD about NEP 2020. I was invited to a conference in Washington, D.C. by Ambassador of India, where I actually met Dr. Mittal and a few other people from India. And that's where I heard about NEP 2020. And the reason I was invited was one of my customers in India was MIT WPU, whom some of you might know, Rahul Vishwanath Karad. He was the one who was holding the conference. Is probably the reason why they invited me. So there is nothing else I have that would have qualified me to be here today. It just so happened that I was running edtech Online at the time. We were inspired by our mentors in MIT and Harvard, and that's how we ended up starting edtech Online. They had made it very clear that higher education is about to change, and change very rapidly. It took 5-6 years, and thank you to COVID, even though I shouldn't say that, but that really sort of accelerated the program. And with that, I would like to start. And today what I will do, I'll try to make an effort to tell you why do we have this University Cluster Pilot Study Program. It's a collaboration between edtech Online in USA and AIU. And the idea was to, as we change, and we go beyond borders, how do we make this change more cost-effective? So AIU recommended, why don't we do a pilot study? And that's how we started this program. So I'll just talk about UCPS pilot study today. Okay. Next, please. So basically, all we're trying to do is international connectedness, teaching pedagogy. We've gone one slide too fast, but that's okay. Can we go back a couple of slides, please? By the way, everybody understands me. I do have an accent. My accent is mixed between American, Indian. My mom speaks Indian. Everybody else in the house speaks English, American English. Then I moved to Alabama, and they have a South accent. So I don't even know what accent I have anymore. But, all right, so we're talking about international connectedness, curriculum pedagogy, and awareness. We just need to be aware of what's going on around the world. We're not here to say that people in India are not competent. I will say just the opposite, that all the people who are successful in the United States, at least I know the United States very well, I've been there 55 years, they were all educated in India, and they all did very well. Some of you already know that, but if you don't, please just Google it. Indians are the most successful immigrants in the United States today, and they were mostly all educated in India. But what we're trying to say here today, that exposure of global awareness is very important. So as we grow in India, we need to start thinking about global awareness. And that's what Dr. Mittal and Dr. Sharma wanted to do, and that's what we're trying to do. So what are the forces that are driving it? Why are we here today doing this? Next slide, please. So if you really think about it, anytime the change happens, there has to be a reason. And some of the reasons are pains. There are some growing pains in India today. For example, shortage of faculty and shortage of funds. That's very normal. We have that in the United States today, by the way. We didn't have that 50 years ago, but we do today. So you're not any different. You just happen to have it now when the economy is about to take off. Need of faculty development. We talk about low global ranking. So this is not an Indian problem, by the way. We have that in the United States as well. There are a lot of institutions who are struggling with low ranking. And then another thing is the biggest driver in India today is India at 2047. Some of the estimates are at 59.3%, with 1.6 billion population of India, 900 million youth will be less than 34 years of age. So we can consider that to be a very challenging or maybe as an opportunity. So we thought we talked about opportunity, why we think there is an opportunity. So India is a very smart nation. So they're already driving towards that mission, and that's a national drive, that we want to become a leading economy. So even if nobody said that India needs to become a leading economy, India will become a leading economy. Because when you have young people, you have the greatest number of consumers. And when you have consumers, economy has to grow. It's really that simple. So when you look at it, with 900 million young people, you're talking about knowledge superpower. Imagine even if 30% or 20% of those people were highly educated, will drive the world out of ways. Global manpower, a time will come where a lot of the, for example, I can speak for the United States, we don't have enough young people anymore to work. So where are we going to get very educated young people to work? So it could very well be that India may be a manpower supplier. India talks about Vishwaguru. I can relate to that being an Indian, that there was a history thousands of years ago where we were Vishwaguru. And as we come out of the slavery and some of the depression time we had by the invaders for thousands of years, I think there is a revival of our spirituality today that we need to be back where we used to be thousands of years ago. And India will become the biggest manufacturing hub. Anybody can think of that. With the geopolitical challenges between the United States and China, where do you think manufacturing is going to go? I can guarantee 99.9% of the time that manufacturing will move to India. These are the only true democratic nations, including now UK and Australia, who will be driving this manufacturing. And most of these people consuming in these countries will be moving their operations from China very likely to India. So India will become the biggest manufacturing hub. And all of this will demand higher education. So there is a rescue mission by the regulatory framework, and that's why the NFP policy of 2020 came in. That's why the UGC guideline came in. We don't have to go in the numbers, but I just put them there just in case somebody asks me a question. I have a bad memory, so I could forget the sections. But both of these regulatory framework are really talking about internationalizing higher education. So now what we have to understand what really that means. Next slide, please. Again, this is a Professor Ganesh model. 14th of April, when I came in here, I was sitting on a dinner table. He came in, we shook hands, and that really translated into 3 hours of discussion on dining table. Learning never stops. Who says that you learn in the United States? I actually learned from him. So what he was talking to me was exactly what we were trying to do. So what I told him was, if he's not here, I will probably share that with him. I dared to create a PowerPoint on his behalf. So what he talked to me was, there are 5 layers in this internationalization of higher education. And one of them is knowledge providers. Now people have to, there are legislators, there are policymakers, they are going to drive the knowledge. And this is going to be driven by all the higher education institutions. It's really that simple. And higher education institutions then have the burden to deliver the knowledge to knowledge seekers, who are the students, right? But in between, there are 2 steps. One of the steps is missing, and I'll talk about that in a little bit, but I'm saying missing link. After that is catalyst of change. So anytime there's a change, somebody has to drive that messaging. In your institution, somebody has to drive that messaging. No matter how much we talk today, when you go back, somebody has to drive the mission of change, and they have to become change agents. Only then would you be able to deliver the knowledge to your students. Next slide, please. So that missing link, it turned out, was UCPS. This is exactly what Dr. Mittal envisioned, Dr. Sharma envisioned, and we talked about in Washington, D.C. That how do we take this change and become a processing agent for higher education institution? NEP 2020 policy very clearly says that if you can afford it, if you're a high-ranking institution, you can go talk to a high-ranking universities around the world. And they talk about, I think, top 200. So, but that really leaves majority of the institutions in India out of that allowance that NEP 2020 is talking about. The other thing that came in, so we'll talk about this UCPS model and catalyst of change in a minute, because that's what really defines what UCPS is going to be. Next, please. Yeah, please don't read this, anything on this slide. I'll just tell you what it is. So all these little balls that you see, 7 of them, they are the action items in UGC guidelines. And they go from 1, 2, 3, all the way up to 7, right? So what we had proposed 2 years ago to Dr. Mittal was that we can create a holistic approach to manage the change, which is we bring people from overseas into the classroom online modality, and we will help move action number 1 and 2 of NAP policy. Because of those 2, you will have organic catalysts within your institutions. They could be your own professors, faculty, who are part of that online education, or they can be the students who took that classroom. Those are the change agents who will then drive all the other 5 action items within the UGC guideline. If we can do that holistic and organic growth, it will be extremely affordable and scalable. And it will be good for every other institution who does not have large budgets. Next, please. So how do we implement? So this is all good talk. So then the next thing was, how do we implement this? So what we learned from MIT WPU experience in Pune, we did not have any technology to enable it. So every time we struggled, even though we grew from 1 course in a semester to 80 courses in a semester in a matter of 8 weeks. As a matter of fact, our CEO is sitting in the back. He's the one who himself worked on it. Within 8 weeks, we moved from 1 course to 80 courses from around the world. We had faculty probably from 20, 30 countries around the world. But we struggled. And MIT WPU struggled. Their deans struggled. Their faculty struggled. Nobody really knew how will we manage all these courses and everything else that was going in the classroom. So learning from that, we decided that we will bring the technology to India. So we recently partnered with Noodle, which is one of the most advanced systems today in LMS. Some of you may not have heard it, but there's a gentleman called John Kasman. He was the gentleman who started the 2U, moved out of 2U, as a matter of fact, but the 2U eventually bought the edX that was funded by MIT and Harvard for $800 million. But John Kasman left 2U thinking what 2U was trying to do was not a good model, because they were sharing revenue from students. And because of that, 2U has gone down from a $2 billion evaluation now to about $35 million. If any of you can drum up $35 million, you can probably buy edX or the 2U. So he's the one who started Noodle operation. He's the one who believed in the similar conversation. So one time he was talking to our CEO in New York, and that's how our relationship built. And he thought that we were on the same path that they were. So they partnered with us to enable multiple classes in the same online modality with all the advantages of algorithm, data analytics, and your faculty can run their own classroom together with the other faculty of a different university or the same or different department of their own classroom. So we'll talk about that. So that then gives us the opportunity to create a shared ecosystem. So if you were to invite a foreign faculty into your classroom, it could cost you several $100s an hour.
So,
But if you can divide that into 4 to 5 universities in a cluster, or 4 to 5 departments of your university, or 4 or 5 colleges that are associated to your university, these are the 3 verticals.
Professor
Then your
Agrawal,
cost goes down based
Professor
on
Agrawal.
each individual student. So your classroom could be large, up to 150 to 200 students. But I'll share something with you.
Professor Agrawal, it's
Okay.
15 minutes already
Oh,
taken by
already.
you.
My apologies.
You take 2 more minutes and finish,
Yeah,
please.
Okay. So all I want to close it with that in UC Berkeley back in 1971 when I was going to college, we used to have 400 students in an auditorium with television on it, and we did pretty well, by the way. So with that, we'll just go very quickly. You can bring the cost down to 2,500 to 5,000 rupees per student, per semester, per class. These are all the advantages, professional development, and so on. Next one, please. The other thing, go back one slide, if you would, just 1 second. I'll just take 1 minute. So UCPS will also foster relationship with all these American companies or global universities around the world. So that's another advantage we will bring to you. And the next one is just a sample of a lot of the faculty that we've used around the world. And next one. We do have our team in the back, so if anybody wants to meet us, any questions, so please feel free to talk to us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. So we first do the inauguration, or? Yeah, ma'am, please. I request Dr. Pankaj Mittal, Secretary General AIU, to give us short presentation. 5 minutes, ma'am.
You gave 7 minutes to everybody.
All right, 7 minutes.
Before I start, I'll give you a story about 7 minutes. So this is it's not a story, it is an anecdote. It says when Queen Elizabeth, it is about UK. So when Queen Elizabeth became queen at the age of 25, when King George VI died in 1952. So Queen Elizabeth didn't know much, so when the Prime Minister called on her, Churchill was the Prime Minister, so when he called on her, she told him, sit. So he looked at her, why should I sit? She says, won't you sit? I mean, we are going to have a discussion. He says, ma'am, didn't your father tell you that the Prime Minister never sits in front of the King or the Queen? Why? Because he believed that every discussion between us can be finished in 7 minutes, and 7 minutes is not a long time to stand.
Oh,
so therefore, he's telling 7 minutes to everybody.
7 minutes, yep.
So, I'll give you a short presentation on Indian Network of International Higher Education. You would be knowing that we have been talking about this network for almost more than 1 year, and we were working on it. Now it is ready. And for promotion of internationalization in higher education institutions, as you know that this is the something, I mean, I should say that this is a national education policy which has given a lot of impetus to internationalization of higher education. Therefore, keeping that in mind, AIU has also taken a lot many initiatives, whether it is AIU collaboration portal or AIU partnering many university associations like Universities UK or Universities Australia or NUS, which is the Mexican University Association. So we have partnership with many parallel university associations to help our universities to partner. We do hold webinars very, very regularly to sort of help the universities in the partnerships. And also, like, we held 2 webinars on how to open an international students office. Because when the UGC guidelines come that you should open an international students office, many of the universities feel, I mean, we have got the directive from the UGC that we should open the International Students Office, but how to open it? What should be the structure? What should be the objective? What should be the size of the office? What work they should be doing? So we did some webinars on International Students Office also. So this is yet another thing which we are doing, Indian Network of International Higher Education. This is a network which is existing in many countries, like NAFSA is there in USA, Obriel is there, but India did not have an Indian Network of International Higher Education. And the result is that many a times we have universities, many of the vice chancellors have personally come and told me they want to do internationalization, they intend to do internationalization, do it. Whom urging those partnerships, especially for the universities which are not yet into internationalization. So I'll give a very small presentation. This is Indian Network for Internationalization of Higher Education. So this will be a platform for global collaboration. I have just 8-10 slides. After those slides, I'll request the president of AIU to launch the network. Next, Vijender. So we know that national education policy has a lot of focus on internationalization of higher education. They are talking about attracting international students, promoting internationalization at home, encouraging research collaborations, faculty-student exchange programs, and MOUs with foreign universities. So we at AIU are trying to take these initiatives forward through many initiatives, which I just described. Next. Initiatives, this INHI, the full form is Indian Network for International Higher Education. This is an initiative of AIU, which is a consortium of higher education institutions. And the portals like Study in India, which focus solely on attracting, like government has started a portal, Study in India portal, which is run by EDSIL. But the sole focus of that particular portal is to attract international students to India. And that to some extent also, I should say that we have to be more aggressive, but because still the number of internationals, whereas more than say 1 million or 1.2 million are going abroad from India. But this, our network focuses on all aspects of internationalization of higher education. So this is a structured platform for global engagement on opportunities for universities and students. So what will this do? This will help us in it will help the universities in networking with university association and institutions from different countries. The universities will have enhanced global visibility. If they want to have joint degrees, dual degrees, twinning programs, it will be possible through this network. There can be research free. They can straight away join this network free of cost. Colleges affiliated to a university can join at a small cost if they really want to. Institutions offering diploma, certificate programs, individual faculty members, administrators, students. So anybody can join this network and benefit from it, and at the same time contribute to this network. Next. So this is a platform for global networking. This is a platform for collaborative opportunities, and also showcase your offering. Sometimes many universities have many fellowships or scholarships which they want to offer to foreign students. But nobody knows which university has which scholarship or which fellowship. So if you put on your scholarships and fellowships on this network, the world will know that what you have to offer. So you can showcase your offerings, whether it is fee waivers, scholarships, or some unique programs if you are running to attract the international students, that you can do. And then there are common interest groups which you can join in this network, and that joining of that group will sort of connect you with other people of having the similar type of interest. Next. So what will it give? It will enhance your visibility and attract global talent. Seminars focused on internationalization strategies. You will also gain valuable insights from experts and peers, and you will increase your institution's global recognition, attracting students and collaborators worldwide. And benefit for students, they will be able to, at a single point, they will be able to explore the opportunities, and they'll be able to connect with the universities in India and abroad. They will have access to information on scholarships, information about tuition waivers and other financial support. They will learn about programs and support services which are available, different. You will connect directly with the member institutions to apply your own AIU credentials, login ID and password is there, use that, and you register on INHI. If new AIU members are becoming, so as soon as they get the log register, so for still a member, become an AIU member, get the login ID and password, and then you can register on INHI within 24 hours. And if there is an affiliate member, those will be the full members. The affiliate members can be colleges which are affiliated with the university. This is a small fee for Indian institutions, 5,000 rupees. For institutions from SAARC countries, 10,000 rupees, and for international institutions, 20,000 rupees per year. So this is the fee structure for affiliate members. And for individual members, for students and faculty members, this is a small fee, 1,000 rupees, 2,000 rupees, so that, if it is given free of cost, people don't value it. Therefore, we have given a small fee so that they can become a member and get a lot of benefit out of it. So we will request now the president of AIU to launch the network.
कैसे? मैम ये यहाँ पे है. And exactly 7 minutes. My bell is telling. Thank you.
Sir, just press it. So this is the website. इस पर double click करो. नहीं.
वापस लाइए. Yep.
Launch पे जाके double click करो. This is the launch slide, and now when you double click, you will get into the website of INHI.
आगे नहीं सर. नहीं.
कहाँ? हाँ, INHI page. अब ऐसे करो INHI.aiu.ac.in. नहीं जा रहा था कल तक तो इसने देखा था. मेरे को लगता है इंटरनेट थोड़ा स्लो है उसकी वजह से. हाँ अब आ रहा है. हाँ. So this is the INHI website. नीचे करो, scroll करो. You can scroll. So these are some of the founder members who have very good institutions. And if you go to page by page, you will know that how to join the common interest groups and all those things. So this is the website for INHI. So you can join this portal, and I request that please join this portal. This is very good for internationalization of higher education, and this will be of great benefit to the universities. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I think आदरणीय GD शर्मा जी को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. मैडम पंकज मित्तल को भी इस कार्य के लिए और AIU को हम सब की तरफ से बहुत बहुत बधाई. और मैं समझता हूँ हम सब लोग इस पोर्टल पे जा करके पूरा जो भी बेनिफिट लेना है, whatever benefit we can gain from this portal as we normally take from AIU, we will do that. Once more clap for AIU and the portal what they have launched today. So I'll take it forward. We have 15 more minutes to conclude, and I already have 8-9 questions with me. I'll try to take up all the questions, and I go, I think, in sequence. I receive the questions. The first, we receive it from Professor D.T. Shirkeji from Shivaji University. The question is to British Council of India. Listen to you. What are the various disciplines wherein students of UK are interested in learning in Indian industry / universities beside science and technology? Other than science and technology, where British students would like to come and get educated in India?
Thank you very much. That's a really good question. So we are just embarking on a research study at the moment to find out in more depth exactly what subjects they're interested in. But we know that we have students coming to India to study cultural heritage. We have students who are interested in the creative tech industry in India, which is really booming, particularly in Hyderabad and Bangalore. Students who are interested in some of the Indian history, Indian languages, multilingualism. Obviously, the STEM subjects are often at the top of the list, particularly around renewable energy, offshore wind, where there's a huge amount of expertise, particularly in South India, I know, off the coast of Chennai, for example. So a whole range of areas, but I think that's the beauty of India, isn't it? There's so much diversity, so much to offer.
Yep. Anyone wants to add on to something? I think, Professor, you're satisfied with the answer, I'm sure. We have the second two questions from respected J. Mahendra Reddy ji, the former Vice Chancellor of ICFAI University. I'll take your second question first, because that is for the British Council. What are the areas of research for which UK funding is provided for Indian universities, or what are the I'm unable to read it, sir. For such projects, I mean, such projects, what are the requirements probably? What are the requirements for such projects? So I listen to you. What are the areas in which funding is provided to Indian universities, and maybe some thrust areas? I think what is the question? And also, what are the procedure, or maybe how we can do it?
Thank you very much. So we have 3 main funding schemes for research collaborations in the British Council. One of them is called the Going Global Partnership Programme, and those grants are available every year, usually in around June. So you need to watch our website and follow our social media, or get connected to us online. And the Going Global Partnerships grants support teaching collaborations. So if you want to establish a new joint master's program or a new joint PhD program, or if you want to do a research collaboration, particularly if you're interested with research with an industry partner. It can be any subject area, but we usually provide broad parameters around health, renewable energy, creative industries, for example. So those grants come out every year. The second grant program is ICFAI, which is a science program funded by the UK Science Department and run in partnership with the Ministry of Education and the Science Department here in India. And that is a whole range of areas, could be data science, biotech, range of subjects. And the third one is the International Partnership Science Fund, and that is for early career researchers. And that could be any topic, humanities, science, whatever. But they're all on our website.
Yep. Thank you so much, Alison. I think it's quite a comprehensive answer you gave, and I think we all have been enriched by that. The second question of Dr. Reddy, I'll pass it to Dr. Monica Kennedy, and I think the question is the focus of the conference of higher education, like in 2047. So by 2047, India is expected to be the developed country. India, how many Indian universities will be in the top 100 universities by that time, and what will be the strategy to achieve this goal? So I'll give it to you.
I love this question. This is a fabulous question. So I imagine that India would be aspiring to have at least 20 universities within the top 100, if not more, because I would say at least that number of universities are performing at the level of that world-leading level right now, but haven't engaged in the rankings game in a way that I think will make the difference. So it's partly about what universities do, but it's a lot about what universities pay attention to, what gets measured, and how playing the game of the rankings is working. So in Australia, we're very good at the rankings game. We have some excellent quality universities. We only have 43 universities in the whole of Australia. We're a small nation. 43 universities. But in the QS rankings of 2024, we had 3 in the top 20, 9 in the top 100, and all but just a couple in the top 500 in the world. So our leading university in those rankings, University of Melbourne, was ahead of Caltech, ahead of Princeton, ahead of Yale. It is a very, very good university. But Australia has been consistently focusing on those measures that are recognised within the global rankings and are being rewarded by that focus. So what gets measured gets done, and in the world rankings, what gets measured is also a great reflection of how quality is defined in university sector. So my answer is, I imagine at least 20 within by 2047. I imagine many more than those, but that those institutions arriving in the top 100 will be as much about focusing on what gets measured as it is about changing practice. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Monica. I think another question comes out of it. I think it's open to all. Agrawal Saab, to you also. I mean, there's always, like when we talk about ranking, the question comes that the international ranking, QS and THE, is Western-centric. So there's another issue called Western-centric. Two very eminent people are sitting with us. I mean, will it be going to be, say, India-centric in due course of time? Or will it be going to be a system where social inclusion and all other aspects of education, which is probably the soft part of education, which is not directly related to research and outcome-based education, not only commercialization of patents, but some social impact of patents, that kind of thing, both of you, do you expect some kind of changes in QS or THE or other ranking system in due course of time?
Thanks very much. And yeah, like every like every ranking system, it will have anomalies. What I would say, though, is that China entered the rankings game quite recently and have been able to succeed very quickly within that ranking game. I'd also say that QS rankings, for example, just changed their algorithm to make much more prominent things like universities' performance in social measures as well. So it is about the research rankings. It ought to be, but it's increasingly about employability outcomes, about internationalization of staff, about the experience of students across the student journey. So I think that the rankings are sophisticated, and there is a growing number of rankings, obviously, but are more sophisticated in recognising the full breadth of what universities do for society.
Thank you so much, Pam. You want to add on something, Alison? Or Dr. Agarwal? Alison, first you. Yep. Switch on, please.
Just briefly. Oh.
Got it.
So I agree with Monica. I think that the rankings provide a very comprehensive set of measures on a whole range of different parameters and indicators that also focus on impact. THE also has a specific impact ranking, which measures the contribution of universities to the Sustainable Development Goals. That's a relatively new ranking as well, and it's just evolving. But I believe there are, I think, 90 Indian universities in that ranking. So I think globally we're learning a lot from how Indian universities are contributing to community engagement and SDGs as well. Yeah.
Thank you. Dr. Agarwal, you want to add?
Yeah, I mean, I don't really have an expertise in ranking as much. However, I do have an opinion based on what I see in the United States, for example, that traditional business model used to be that teachers will teach students.
Mic closer.
The traditional model used to be that teachers will teach students. But now that phenomenon is changing. Now students demand what they want to learn. So if that's true, I think the ranking system will have to adapt to that new modality, meaning we'll have to revisit how do we evaluate the learning outcomes, how do we evaluate what the students want when most of them really want employability. So perhaps that will become more important than some of the other things that traditionally we had in the system. So that's just my opinion. I'm not an expert.
Yep, thank you so much, sir. I think we'll go to the next question been put up by Professor Ved Kumar, VCNLU, Commonwealth Fellow, Fulbright Fellow. British Council offers Commonwealth Fellowship for Indian professors. Does it have similar program for British teachers to come and do research or teaching in India, like the US Fulbright Fellowship? Because US Fulbright, we have recently received letters that we have to give our nomenclature nomination for Fulbright. So does British Council also have something like that? Should you?
The UK has something called the Turing Scheme, which is a scheme which allows faculty and students to come to India or any country that they would like to go to study, and that's for school teachers and students and for university teachers and students. So that's an opportunity, if you would like to have visiting faculty or students, then have a look at the Turing website, Turing, and see if you can engage with your partners in the UK and they can come through Turing, funded by UK government. Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am. So we have another question from Vice Chancellor of GM University in Nagarjun. Foreign universities integrate their views about integrating IKS to their pedagogy. How do they integrate their views about integrating IKS to other pedagogy? So foreign universities, do they have some kind of pedagogy to integrate to IKS, Indian knowledge system, in their curriculum or somewhere? You want to answer?
So we do know that under the Australia-India Economic Cooperation and Trade Agreement, there has been discussions about how Indian knowledge systems and yogic practice can be integrated into an international experience for travelling students and for transnational education here. It's something that we're conscious of. I'm not aware of a program with a specific institution, though Australia's universities are increasingly looking to the East for new ideas and new conceptions of knowledge. But I don't know of a specific program. I don't know. Alison, do you?
Alison, do you have any idea about it?
I think the same. I mean, I think there are UK universities and institutions that would offer elements of Indian history or language, like SOAS, for example, but not specifically one whole degree program that's on Indian knowledge systems. I think they would be looking to bring students here for that.
Probably, I think the question, if I elaborate further, is that yoga, pranayam, Ayurveda, such kind of old knowledge system which is still persisting and have great impetus in this country, does those kind of things have been incorporated in any of your Australian universities or universities in British area? Something like that, if you have any information?
Yeah, so universities like SOAS do offer yoga-related studies. One of the professors at SOAS, for example, is a yogic expert and also a Sanskrit scholar, for example. And I know he spends a lot of time here in India every year improving his practice. So,
many times we see that students in France, Germany, Australia, they are learning Sanskrit and they're reciting Sanskrit poems. We get a lot of videos from there. I think in the school system there may be a possibility. So thank you to both of you for the answers. Another question with the same, I think all of us can take this question, is like how we can share our pedagogical tools from each country and how the pedagogy is different in US, UK and maybe Australia, and how our pedagogy system, can we have some kind of collaboration or learning or training, something like that, if one of you or any one of you can answer.
one of the benefits of transnational education programs is that because a joint degree or a dual degree enables a student to benefit from the teaching, practice and knowledge in one country and in the second country. So there's a lot of scope there to learn from each other's pedagogy, from each other's approaches to teaching and learning, to assessment as well, which is increasingly important. So yes, absolutely, lots of scope in T&E, I think.
And I really agree, and I see examples where Indian universities and Australian universities are working together on a dual award, where they're working together on the first 2 years 2 years curriculum and developing something brand new that meets the expectations of both Indian and Australian institution, and then are able to go ahead to complete the award either in Australia or here in India. But that kind of collaboration, and I think particularly you see with the UK and Australia, that our institutions coming to India with the idea of developing deep relationships that cover, you know, everything from research to industry engagement to curriculum sharing and co-development. So I think it is a great opportunity.
Thank you so much. I think we have the last question, that is to Dr. Pankaj Mittal. But before that, that is related to AIU. So I'll ask the last question from her. Any other question of anyone? Mike, please, this side. Mike, de dijiye idhar. Samne, first row. Mike, please.
Professor Suresh Gosabi ji, this is not a question, just an add-on. Under our university, Yoga University in Bangalore, under the edtech program, we have trained from 99 nations, 1,000 delegates from 99 nations have been trained in international yoga instructor course for a month. And that includes not only about yoga, about the Indian culture, heritage and spirituality. Now the 25th batch is going on, sir. This I just wanted to add the information.
Thank you so much. Very congratulations. I think even IIT Mumbai, recently I read a news, they're launching many short-term courses, 3 months, 2 months, 1 month, and 6-month courses. And there we are expecting that many more foreign nationals will come for these short-term courses on spirituality, yoga, pranayam, and so on and so forth. Sir.
You talked about a dual degree program, joint degree program. And for that purpose, I think mapping of the course curricula is required because dual degree program. So what is plan for that? And even down the line now you are talking about the master's and PhD. Even the undergrad program, we can start this dual degree program, and lot of benefits you have already talked about them. So for that purpose, huge cost is involved on account of fees as well as the boarding and lodging charges with the foreign universities. So do we have some tri-party arrangements, or what we can do? How can we meet out that challenge of the high fees as well as the cost involved on boarding and lodging if they are just exposed to your universities, maybe for 1 year or 6 months? That is my question. How we can just address that issue?
Yeah.
Hello. Okay. Yeah. So you're right. It is very complicated the first time you develop a joint or a dual degree program, because you have to map the outcomes and the curriculum and the equivalences. But there are some very successful examples that we can learn from. So IIT Madras, for example, has just launched a new master's program with the University of Birmingham, where students will spend 6 months in both countries, or they could spend 9 months in India, 3 months in the UK. So there's a number of examples we can learn from. But I think Dr. Mittal is probably the expert, because she's working with ENIC to develop the guidelines.
So when we talk of dual degrees, like recently AIU collected information from many universities regarding what is their intent in terms of internationalization, like are they interested in dual degrees, joint degrees, or student exchange, or faculty exchange, or they want to have some foreign faculty on their institutions. So like this, we have given a sort of a Google sheet to all these universities. We have collected the information. Now we have the information with us for the ones who responded, that which university wants which type of program, in which country, and in which subject area. So this type of information we have with us. Now that information we will share with our parallel associations in foreign countries. And the similar, we'll try to do the matchmaking so that the Indian university and the foreign university does, there is a matchmaking. But of course, the point which you are raising about the fee structure, that will be there, because if the student is going to a foreign university for, say, 30% of the, at least because the UGC regulation says that at least 30% of the curriculum should be transacted in either of the countries in physical mode. So if the student is going there for 30% of the credits, the cost will be incurred, and the cost has to be incurred either by the student or the university which is sending. So that is an agreement between the two universities. Cost will be involved. So in all these programs, cost will be involved, but sometimes what happens is that the two universities do such an agreement that, okay, if whatever fee you are taking, you take care of your fee, we will take care of our fee, and you provide free facilities to our students, we will provide free facilities to your students. Then the only cost which the student has to bear is the traveling cost to that country. But that depends upon what type of an agreement you have with that particular university. So there are various models available. Depending upon the suitability of the model to various universities, that model can be worked out. And we can be helping you out in this.
Right, sir. Any other question? Or because we wanted to finish on time, it's 5 minutes extra we have taken. So we'll go to the last question. But before that, on this front, sir, I want to add on that many universities in US are ready to tie up free of cost. But the university you will choose or not, that depends upon you. But if you go as far as the ladder of the ranking of the universities, as soon as you go up, the fee charges are very high. So it is a matchmaking, what Dr. Pankaj Mittal rightly said. You want to make a match with somebody who's offering you free, but not that valuable, or you want to have some value for some value, and that kind of tug of war will keep on happening for next 2-3 years, and things will settle down. That is my understanding with talking to many universities and universities in UK. So that is one. And the last question to you, Dr. Mittal, is our university, this question is from Professor S.H. Jagam Shetty ji, Haveri University, Haveri, Karnataka. How our university is member of AIU. Can the affiliated colleges of our university take benefit of this network free of cost? Question mark. If yes, then kindly explain the procedure. If no, how can they register?
So as I explained, there was a sheet which gave the fee structure. All the universities, all the member universities of AIU, they can join free of cost. But if there are colleges affiliated to university, there is a small fee of 5,000 rupees only. So 5,000 rupees for 1 full year. So they can become a member by paying 5,000 rupees. When you go to the website, there is a full procedure of how to register. So for AIU member universities, you can straight away register by giving the login ID and the password, which is already with you when you log on to the AIU portal. But for the colleges, they have to get a new login ID password that is chargeable. For colleges, it is not free because we have to sustain the network also. So we cannot be giving everything free. But for universities, because you are our member universities, you are giving us the subscription fee. Therefore, we have made it free for the universities.
Thank you so much, ma'am, and thank you everyone sitting on the podium, and also to two eminent panelists here, Dr. Monica and Alison, and Dr. Agarwal, Dr. Pankaj Mittal, and our esteemed President, Dr. G.D. Sharma Saab, and Master of Ceremony, all to you. Thank you everyone, and for patient listening and questions being raised. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you so much, SP Singh sir, for this wonderful chairing. So, now, we would like to request Professor L.S. Ganesh sir, Vice Chancellor, ICFAI Hyderabad, to kindly come forward to felicitate Alison Barrett and Dr. Monica Kennedy. Professor L.S. Ganesh sir. Thank you, sir. Now, we would like to request Dr. H.P. Singh, Vice Chancellor, ICFAI University, Jaipur, to kindly come forward to facilitate Shri Anil P. Agarwal, sir, and Professor S.P. Singh, sir. Dr. H.P. Singh, sir. Professor S.P. Singh, sir. Thank you, sir. Now, on behalf of AU, we would like to request Professor G.D. Sharma, sir, and Dr. Pankaj Mittal, ma'am, to felicitate Alison Barrett, Dr. Monica Kennedy, Sri Anil P. Agarwal, and Professor S.P. Singh, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
On behalf of AIU and IFAI, we would like to thank the chairperson of the session, Professor S.P. Singh, and to all the distinguished speakers, Alison Barrett, Dr. Monica Kennedy, and Shri Anil P. Agarwal. Thank you, Professor G.D. Sharma and Dr. Pankaj Mittal, for the launch of Indian Network of International Higher Education. With this, we come to an end of technical session 4. I have a couple of announcements. The delegates who are yet to receive their kits and memento, there's a counter outside. We would request you to kindly collect it from there. And the dinner will be served at the OB's lawn from 7 p.m. Now, there is a very interesting activity by Djembe, which will be held now. We request you to kindly come back after a short 15-minute tea break. The team is already waiting for you over here. We'll see you soon in 15 minutes. There is a very interesting activity by the Djembe. After the tea break, there is an interesting activity by the Djembe. There is a team who is already waiting over here. They'll be coming on stage and they'll be introducing the activity. Yes. Okay. So there will be a group photo now. There will be a group photo now for all the dignitaries of AIU. Okay. Okay. There will be a group photo now for all of us, all the vice chancellors and the dignitaries of AIU. There will be a group photo now for all the vice chancellors and the dignitaries of AIU. The tea is being served at the Grand Hall and Central Buffet. The tea is being served at Grand Hall and Central Buffet area.
One, two, three. Now, this side will play one rhythm. That side will play. Okay. Simple rhythm. Okay. Bass and slap, bass and slap. Santosh. Sorry. Tight, tight. Tight chain. Okay? Yeah, sorry. Bass slap, bass slap. This side. I'll show you. Trial. 1, 2, 3, 4. Only one bar, only one bar. See, look. They will clap. Okay? This group will play. Simple. 1, 2, 3, 4. At a time, at a time. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. Brilliant, brilliant. Brilliant, wonderful, wonderful. All pass. 100%. Right. Yeah, we'll go to next beat. You just need to repeat after with me. Santosh.
I can see everyone is complaining about their painful hands, but right outside this auditorium, we have given benefits of djembe playing. So this is not just music, but this is part of musicology. We believe in healing mind and body through music. So this is part of that exercise where all your nerves and neurons are getting activated. So this was a collaboration between me and my husband, Sai. I'm his wife. I'm a psychologist and he is a musician. And he has also done his PhD in musicology. And therefore, this is not just music, but a beautiful exercise to activate mind and body.
Yeah, definitely. Yes. Simple. You just need to repeat after with me. Kilelo, kilelo means let's do it together. Okay? Kilelo, kilelo, ao, ao, kilelo. Okay? Yes. Kilelo, kilelo, ao, ao, kilelo. Without beat, we will repeat the same thing. Okay? 1, 2, 3, 4. Kilelo, kilelo, ao, ao, kilelo. 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 We'll start with the beat. Kilelo, kilelo, ao, ao, kilelo. 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 I can't hear you. Kilelo, kilelo, ao, ao, kilelo. 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 Faster. One, two, 3, 4. Superb, superb. Wonderful. AIU. Wonderful. Wonderful, wonderful.
Not actively.
कर्मण्येवाधिकारस्ते मा फलेषु कदाचन मा कर्मफलहेतुर्भूः मा ते सङ्गोऽस्त्वकर्मणि